Alright, let's get started here tonight. Give me a minute as I set some things up, because we're trying something a little bit different in terms of me keeping track. Oh, right, should probably turn that off. Oh, never mind, that's just my dad talking, and I can only hear it in one earphone. He knows that I'm streaming and therefore should be quiet about now. Not that that will stop him from doing anything. But we are going to be trying something a little bit different, the chat, so it will actually, in theory, pop up on screen. Okay, 1 second. Now he's just talking on speakerphone. So, I'll be right back. Alright, that knocked out 2 of the 3 problems. Let the dog outside. TV was on about 17, 18, 19 for volume. I lowered it down to 9, which is acceptable for somebody that is not deaf like myself. So with that being said, now that Twitch is actually updated on my iPad, I can check and see how things are going audio-wise before we get started here. Alright, I need to lower my volume a little bit. We'll see how that sounds in a second. Close a couple windows so I can see what I'm doing a little bit more easily. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Okay, cool. That part's fixed. Close that out. And then we can actually get started here. So in trying something new tonight, we're going to be using a little bit of a program that I like to call a restream, which is program.alpha, which is a nice way of saying, I'm hoping this works, because this is the first time I've used this for streaming. So, let's give it a go and see what happens. So based on how this is supposed to work in theory, there we go, perfect. Let's see. Oops. So now if you type something in chat, and I'm going to do that on my iPad real quick to show it off. No, I did not put in the @ symbol, thanks. Now you can see it on the stream. So in doing this, I won't have to be going back and forth between iPad. I can just look on my screen and actually see it. So for those of you that have been around a while and have known that I have issues using a proper screen capture and have to do, or a proper game capture and have to do screen capture instead for anything on the GameCube, that issue is now rectified. And here's hoping it will actually work. So that being said, let's go ahead and get started. Actually, I do want to change one more thing because I don't think I did it on the stream. I did change the games, but I did want to also change this to a 3-heart run. That should fix that. Since the game itself is fine, we should be good on that front. Let's not waste any more time and jump right in. So as we begin through the beginning of the game, because I'm willing to bet most people that have seen this game have already seen this multiple times. I've done Let's Plays on this multiple times. I believe it was one of the first games that I did for a Let's Play back on my channel way back when, like the days of the OG Mario Party 8s. We're talking like 2011, maybe 2012. And I played it once, and then once I got to a certain subscriber amount, I decided I was going to redo it because I didn't like the audio for it. Big surprise, nobody ever likes their first projects. So I did it again, but halfway through I got a new capture device, which is what I'm actually using now. Because in the very old days, back before we edited or anything like that, I just straight up used a camera on a tripod. And so as a result, the audio quality was alright, but the video quality was absolutely horrendous. And so I got about like 8 parts in doing it the old way that I used to, and then switched to a direct capture. So this is most definitely a game I do want to go back to in terms of a Let's Play. I would love to go back to this, because in my opinion, this is the best Zelda game in the series. Now, there are still some inherent flaws with that, as there are any Zelda game. The big one that comes to mind for this, and most notably to say now, since we're at the beginning of the game and getting into the start of it, if you have to pick a Zelda game to give to somebody to, like, be their first Zelda game to play it, do not give them this game. The entry level in this game, while not hard, can be extremely overwhelming. Particularly, like, the time mechanic aside, and the first 3-day cycle aside, where you don't really know what you're supposed to do. Once you get past all of that, the Deku Curse is gone, and you're just regular Link again. There's so much available to you right from that get-go. There's so much available. Before even coming close to the first temple, you can have, like, you can get over 10 pieces of heart, I believe. You can get bombs. You can get a ton of other masks. There's a lot that you can do. And so as a result, that can definitely overwhelm players. So I will admit that is an inherent flaw in this game. For entry level, for anybody that's new to Zelda, this is not the Zelda game I would recommend. I would probably recommend Ocarina of Time, or if they're not big on the old style graphics and don't want to play the 3D remake, I'd recommend Wind Waker after that. That being said, this game does a lot of things right. And it does a lot of things that I appreciate more and more each time I play it, and find new things to appreciate about. And the big one is, at least starting out the game, and this may seem like a pretty small thing, but the villain's not Ganondorf. In fact, as far as I remember, Ganondorf is not even mentioned in this game. Zelda is seen in a flashback, and that's really about all. And up until this point, up until 2000, that was pretty uncommon. Ganon or Ganondorf was almost always going to be the final baddie, no matter which Zelda game you played. Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Link to the Past, you know, Ocarina of Time, you name it, then it's been done. So it is refreshing to see that, though we don't think much of it now because of Girahim, Demise, all that. At the time, it was, you know, it was kind of a big deal. And I think the second thing that really stands out, primarily at the start of the game, is how they take your equipment away in this one. For me, rather than this being like, let's say Phantom Hourglass, we'll use this comparison because it's also a direct sequel. Phantom Hourglass is a direct sequel to Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. And in that game, you know, you build up all your stuff in Wind Waker. Canonically, you build up all your stuff in Wind Waker, you've got the 20 heart containers, you've got the sword and shield, you set out on a new adventure. When you wake up on that beach in Phantom Hourglass, everything's gone. And, you know, like, beyond your hearts and whatnot, like, you don't have a sword and shield, even in the opening cutscenes of Phantom Hourglass. This game you do. And it's not just like, oh, my stuff mysteriously vanished. By getting the Curse of the Deku put on you, you can't use that. But once the curse is gone, at the very basics, you have your sword and shield back. And so it's not like these things merely vanished. It's not a Metroid Other M of you're not authorized to use power bombs. It does feel a little bit more authentic in that way. It does make it feel like a curse, because if anybody goes back remembering the first time you played this, you know, going from Link, who you've presumably played Ocarina of Time or a previous Zelda game, and you kind of know how things go. Losing your sword and shield is kind of a big deal. You know, beyond the whole physical transformation and the fact the game's super creepy. And that's probably another reason why initially I was not a big fan of this game, because whenever I first started playing Zelda, I watched somebody play Ocarina of Time. The first experience I ever had with Zelda was watching somebody play the Fire Temple in Ocarina of Time, which is why it has a special place to me. And so, eventually I got, don't remember what the actual copy of it's called, but it was a set on the GameCube that had Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, this game, and some demos for Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, because, you know, for me, at the time, like, Wind Waker, at that point, whenever I started gaming about 8 or 9, like, Wind Waker had just come out. Like, it was brand spanking new. But they also did, like, this collector's edition for the GameCube, so it's more accessible to, you know, people that hadn't played the first 2 games, or didn't own an N64, or anything like that. And so, naturally, since I'd watched him play some of Ocarina of Time, and I've watched a little bit more, but that's what sticks in my mind, is that part of the game. He had already warned me, like, don't play Zelda 1 or Zelda 2, you're gonna get a radically different experience, and he's right. But, I beat Ocarina of Time, you know, I finished it, and then I went on to Majora's Mask at around, like, age 8 or 9, and honestly, I got so creeped out by some of these opening cinematics that I just put it down, and I did not come back to it for a long time. I didn't jump on the bandwagon of, like, oh, this game's horrible, because back in the day, this game was not considered a popular game. It was very much the black sheep of the Zelda games at the time. But I was just kind of like, I don't think I'm going to enjoy this game as much. It's a lot darker, it's a lot creepier, and back then, when I was like 9 or 10, I didn't really care for that sort of thing. And it wasn't till about 2006 or 7, probably, that I came back to it, and this is after I'd beaten Zelda 1, because I went back and played it, finished it. Never beat Zelda 2, because I found it to be ruthlessly difficult, and in some senses, I'm willing to bet most people would probably agree with that statement. But I had completely forgotten that Majora's Mask was on that collector's edition, and so I went and played it. And, you know, I actually gave it a fair shot, and just absolutely fell in love with this game. And I think it's after playing a couple of Zelda games, because keep in mind, at that point, I'd played and beaten Ocarina, I'd played and beaten Zelda 1, I'd actually played and beaten Wind Waker as well at that current point in time. So at the time of, you know, not that many Zelda games being out, because this is before Phantom Hourglass, it's before, you know, Skyward Sword, it's obviously before Breath of the Wild. But I've gotten a fair few Zelda games under my belt at that point. And so now going to play this, and seeing just how different it is, makes me appreciate it that much more. And I think that only got amplified as some of the later Zelda games came to fruition, and again, this is before Breath of the Wild, but you look at a lot of the other Zelda games, and a lot of them try to be Ocarina of Time 2.0. Wind Waker tries to do it, blanking on the name, Twilight Princess tries to do it, in some aspects, not all, in some Skyward Sword tries to do it. Oh, right, wrong button. You don't actually have to do this, but I figured I'd show it off. And I like that they decided to just completely take it in a different way, because, you know, sometimes you just need to do something new for the series at the time, and you just have to take that gamble. You know, they made Zelda 2 differently than they did Zelda 1, and it didn't work out, but I can appreciate the fact that they tried. Yeah, I'm not big on it either, but I see some cool ideas there. It didn't work for me. I remember loving Phantom Hourglass when it came out, but I played it so often that I kind of got sick of it. And now looking back on it, I don't think it was too great of a game. At this point in time, when this is being streamed, or if you're watching this on a VOD later, Chugga Conroy has like just uploaded Part 3 of Phantom Hourglass. And I'm really looking forward to watching that game again, because it's been years. but I played it a ton. Like, I got all the gold parts for my ship. Like, I did everything in that game. But I got sick of it. Because I cranked so many hours into it. But I've never found that issue with Majora's Mask. Even after just beating Majora's Mask, I have the urge to go back and play it again. And I can't say that a lot about not only a lot of Zelda games, a lot of games in general. Very rarely can I go right after I've beaten it, I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to go play it again. And it's not like there's multiple ways to play this game, like 3-heart runs, you know, all that type of thing. But it's not one of those, like, choose your own adventures or your decisions will affect, you know, not doing Telltale style types of things where, you know, you get different dialogue options or it'll affect things way down the road. By and large, you do pretty much the same thing, at least if you're going to do the game the exact same way. If you're going to go for, like, your 20 hearts, you're going to have to get all the same heart pieces you already got. If you're going for all the masks, you're going to have to do all the side quests to get all the masks. You get the idea. But I think this game is weird enough to where it feels like there's something more in it, even if there's not. Like, even the difference between Clock Town and, say, Hyrule Castle from Ocarina of Time. Like, Hyrule Castle, I feel like I know where everything is. Like, I could draw a very good map of that. You know, I know where everything is. I know which dog to take back to its owner on, you know, when it's nighttime there. I know about the bomb chew bowling and all the prizes. You know, all of that. But at the same time... How do I put this? At the same time, I think not so much the dark atmosphere, but just seeing how different everything is, because keep in mind, it is a parallel world. It is Termina, not Hyrule. I think that lends itself well to being a different game, because you naturally look for parallels. For example, like, Twilight Princess and Ocarina of Time. If they're both called Hyrule Field, when you're playing one, you're going to be thinking subconsciously about the other. This game doesn't have that connection with any other Zeldas. You know, they've never gone back to Termina. So you don't see that other side of it, and, you know, in playing it again and going, oh, you know, like, I remember where this, and this was, and so it's easy to draw that picture in my head. It's not as easy to draw that picture, even after, you know, playing this game multiple times. And even just little small areas like this that you know, if you're not going for 100%, you probably only came here once, maybe twice. You came here once to the ferry, assuming it didn't take you till night to get there, and you might have come back for the Bremen Mask to get the bunny hood if you knew about it. But you probably didn't, if you were, you know, playing for your first time, you may not have even done that, and you most definitely, if you knew about it, didn't finish the Andrew Cafe side quest. And consequently, as a result of not finishing that quest, you wouldn't have gone back to the laundry pool so many times. But enough about talking about the greatness of Majora's Mask. It speaks for itself, and, you know, I'll point out certain things I really like when we get there. I do think the Great Fairies are one of the, you know, it is one of those things that I do like. It's an extra addition to the temples. Not this one, but the other 4. It's an extra addition to the temples, because the game knows there's not as many, or you know, the makers of the game know there's not as many. There's only 4, unless you want to count the Inside of the Moon, but we're going to go with ones that actually have fairies in them. So it's an extra little thing to look out for, and it's a cool way of providing the upgrades without saying, like, oh, once you have the Megaton Hammer, you can get to this fairy, and they'll give you the double magic. It's, no, you have to get all these collectibles inside of a temple, and that's how you get it. And it's one of the few times in games where I feel like the collectible is not only justified, but actually makes the game better. Because normally I don't feel that way about collectibles, because Majora's Mask has a fair few between all the pieces of heart, because there are more, between all the pieces of heart, all the masks, all the upgrades and whatnot. It makes it feel like it's more without it being overwhelming, which is a big surprise, honestly. But again, I can only say it doesn't feel overwhelming because I've played the game before. and finished it before. I can completely understand if would be somebody's first experience, why it would feel overwhelming. And that's why I've always said if I made Icarus on Icarus Plays on Sundays, if I ever made her do a Zelda game, as much as I love this game, it would not be Majora's Mask. That's just a bit too much overload, not only for her, but for, you know, the casual gamer, and really just anybody new to Zelda. It's just a bit too much all at once. But again, that makes you appreciate it more when you can go back to it and it doesn't feel overwhelming. It's kind of like, you know, when you get hired for a new job. Like, the first day it might feel super overwhelming. You're, like, trying to keep track of everything you need to do, and you're not quite sure of how everything works and how it all goes together. But, you know, after you've been around the block for a little while, you just know all these things. You've just gotten accustomed to them, and so it's not this huge big deal of trying to figure out, like, oh, what am I supposed to do in this situation? What happens if this goes there? You know, all that kind of thing. Also, thanks to the rupees. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll come by tomorrow. I didn't actually come here to get the Piece of Heart, by the way. I'm not going to go over all the Pieces of Heart, because there's a lot, and we're doing a 3-heart run here. But I believe that is the earliest one you can get without glitching the game. Most people think it's the one, like, up on the balcony where you know, you get there after you've gotten the Moon's Tear and traded it to the dude. No, I'm pretty sure it's that one. Hey, Postman, how's it going? I think this is the only part, yeah. This is the only one we've not gone to. West Clock Town always seems to be the last segment that I go to. Because most of the time, like, after you've already kind of done what you need to, the only thing you really are going to go for here is probably the bank. Like, there's other stuff, but you don't frequent it as much as, like, South Clock Town, you know, where you go back every single time that you reset. Or East Clock Town, where there's stuff like, you know, the milk bar, the hotel, or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of stuff here. Here it's mostly like Swordsman's School. The second you get your sword back, you can get the Piece of Heart there and you're pretty much done. Postman's Office. Once you get the brown mask and get the bunny hood outside of the Anju Cafe quest, you're pretty much done there. The bomb shop. Once you buy the second bomb bag, you're pretty much done there. The regular shop, you know, if you're used to playing Zelda, you probably didn't ever go there for anything unless you just happen to run low on an item, and we're right there. Yeah, I'm ready, let's do it. And then the night shop, you know, you go there to buy the all-night mask, and that's pretty much it for West Clock Town. Grab these while I'm here. Hey Jim, how's it going? And if I can think of any part that might truly seem overwhelming for a first-time player, it's probably this. It's probably hunting the kids down, because you're on a time limit of, oh, you have to get this done by, you know, the next day. And presumably you haven't found it till relatively late. And so you're likely already on night of the first day, or you're, you know, pretty close, if nothing else. Like, I'm relatively close to right now, and I know what I'm doing. So I can most definitely see the issue of, like, just panic. Like, I gotta find 5 kids, they're in 4 different quadrants. There's actually none in South Clocktown. You think there'd be 1 in each and 2 in one of them. And since you start in North Clocktown, when you found the 2, you're like, oh, there's 1 in each. But no, there's 2 in East, and none in the South Clocktown. And so you might just spend a really long time looking for something that's not there. I don't even think I'm going to get this done before night of the first day kicks in, because I'm about to hit it right here. I'm impressed that hit him and not the Kuko. Nice, got it right before night of the first day. Not that there was any reason in particular to get it before the night of the first day, but you know, I was really hoping to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. That would have been easy to remember. 2, 35, 41. All right. Night of the first day. 60 hours remain. Tingle? Buddy? Isn't he, like, right here? Is he not here during night of the first day? He's totally not. He's not here during night times. I could have sworn he was. Huh. Alright, well, if that's the case... I guess I could go ahead and go to the... I might as well go ahead and go to the Clock Town. Why not? I was going to say I'll fast forward it to second day. We might as well get all this stuff done, though, with the moon steer and whatnot. There's no reason not to. Also, I'm going to pause the game real quick and check on something. I'm going to leave my Twitch page open to make 100% sure the comments are getting through. So if you have posted a comment, you're here and have posted one and it's not shown up, then just message in the actual chat and I'll, you know, check it every now and again. Alright, back to the game. What's up? 2, 3, 5, 4, 1. One of these days, I actually hope to get a code that is, in fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, really, either, but... nothing doing so far. Maybe it's set to where you can't do that. I honestly don't know. Let's ignore Mr. Spider over there. Come on, up the ladder. There you go. It's funny, it seems like Deku Link goes up the ladder way faster than normal Link does. And that may just be the game's way of compensating for the fact that he's like super small and so naturally he would climb slower, and so they counteract that by a point where you're actually climbing at the same speed, but because he's shorter it just looks like it's more. Yeah, look in the telescope, why not? Apparently this cutscene right here actually changes if you don't do it at all, and then you get to night of the final day and come here and look through the telescope. It actually does look different. Just, I didn't know about that at all. Maybe I'll look up some stuff on the TV Tropes page after I'm done streaming tonight. Yeah, and slap your butt. Nasty. No one wants to see him. At some point, I kind of wouldn't mind doing a 3-heart run, speed run of this, just to see how fast I could go, but I have no clue how that would go. So, I mean, I did Ocarina of Times, and I collected pretty much everything outside of the Pieces of Heart, and it took me, like, 7 hours, 43 minutes, I think is what the time was. You can check the archives to corroborate that statement. But it was under 8 hours, I'm sure of that much. Which I realize by, like, professional speedruns, you know, that's god-awful. Even for 100%, but it was still fun to play it that way. And more so than racing against anybody, it was just my own self-imposed time limit where I'd, you know, run through the game twice and be like, alright, this is about my average time, and then let's chop, like, 30 minutes off that and see if I can beat it. know at this point, normally most people would just skip straight to Night of the Third Day. I am going to go ahead and get the adult wallet. And won't think about it. We'll just put in 30 because I need 10 for the game. Even though I'm not going to get the heart piece from the game, I can still get the prize money on the second day. I'll make things go a little bit faster. Yeah, let's dance. Play me that good old Saria song. As much as I like Saria's song, I think I do like the Song of Healing a little bit more, and I think that's one of the other things. I think this game has a little bit more power over Ocarina, though. Is the songs that get replaced, I feel like they are better. Maybe not the Song of Soaring, but the Song of Healing is amazing. That's one of my favorite pieces in all of Zelda. It's really good. Really, at this point, I think I'm just gonna, like, swing by this bush, play the minigame, swing by the bush again, switch it to the third day, and grab the 50 rupees from the chest on the tower across Clocktown that they're building. I think the one for Clocktown's only 5 rupees. I'm not gonna need it, but I might as well grab it. Sup? Yeah, I'll buy one. Thanks. I'll get Woodfall later. Most of the time when I play, I usually do end up getting, like, the maps as soon as I can, so at this point I would, you know, get the 40 rupees and go to Woodfall, but on my way to Woodfall, I can get it for half that price. I think it's 20, so I'll just do it then. Alright. Round 2. Yeah, I'll play. This one's probably the hardest one in terms of each of the days. I think the second one's harder than the third one. These platforms that shift around like this are harder to land on when it, as opposed to the combination ones. Like the ones that go up and down aren't that hard to get. Like if you've got like a good depth perception, it's not too bad, and you can see the shadow of Link. It's kind of hard to spot now, but you can see it. And so if you're good with that, it helps, but this one's still the hardest one regardless. Oh, I thought I did that too early there. Let's give me that one there. I'm gonna say go right about there. I think trying to go, like, get between the two ones on the inside, I think it's too difficult, honestly. So I don't even bother trying. There we go. Done. I wonder what the actual record, like, world record for each of these days is. I'm sure somebody can do it flawlessly, but oh well. This is not even close to the hardest minigame in this game, though. I think, bar none, the hardest minigame in here is the Clocktown Shooting Gallery. I think that's the toughest one to play. Because it is not easy at all. It is really hard. Actually, I think that's enough to get the Adult Swallow right there. Because I stuck in 99... and then I put in 30, so that'd be 129. So this, yeah, this would put me at 202, if I'm right. I'd love to say that was planned, but it wasn't. So was I right? Yep, 202. Thank you. I think that's another thing I also appreciate about this game a little bit more than Ocarina of Time is You get stuff in this game way faster than you did in Ocarina of Time. Yeah, let's go and dance. Like, whether you take the time to do all the side quests or not, you know, there's some things that feel like they don't, that, you know, they take about the same time, but most stuff it feels like you get it earlier. Because, like, you get the capability for a 30 bomb bag and the blast mask right after you finish the first 3-day cycle. Because you can just skip the 20, go straight to the 30 by saving the old lady, and, you know, buy it for 90. And then you can just get the blast mask from her, herself. You get the bow and arrow in the first dungeon that you do, whereas normally you have to go through all the kid dungeons to get it. And then go through the forest dungeon. We might as well go ahead and dance till night. It doesn't matter if I get the chest on night or dawn of the first day. That does feel like a really weird habit. Is like calling it night of the first, second, final day. Like that all makes sense because you know it's 6 p.m. and onward. But to call it dawn from, no, I'm gonna skip on that. But to call it dawn from, you know, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Like that's not dawn. Pretty much dawn leaves after, you know, depending on, not so much the time zone, but depending on what time of the year it is. You know, dawn's kind of only around for about an hour-ish, and then it's, you know, it's done at that point. Then it goes from dawn to morning, and then you got afternoon or early morning if you want to go between those. And then late, or then evening, and then late evening, then night. Here, take this. I want it. I always thought that, whatchamajoohickey looked a little weird. The moon's tear. It glows like it's covered in luminescent paint, and like the second you touched it, that blue would just be stuck on your hand for the rest of all time. Or until you reset the clock. Either or. I hope your wife enjoys that gift, seeing as it's, you know, about to be gone forever along with the rest of the universe. Yeah, a lot of people don't seem to think you can get to this until you get the hook shot, which is, you know, like before Dungeon 3. No, you can get it immediately. You can't land on the platform with, you know, wall floating in the air like that, but if you hit A to stop, you can grab onto the ledge and get up there. And since we're not going for the pieces of heart, I don't have to save up for 5,000 rupees. Pretty much the only thing you use money for, if you're not going for that piece of heart, is like, you know, buying the bomb bag, buying the powder keg, stuff like that. Can you get the Bremen mask at this point? I think you have to be a kid to do that. He may not even be here on the final night. No, he's not even here. I do love how the dynamics change each day and night. Like, this guy's normally here during the night, but he may not be there every single night, and so you have to get down the patterns of every character, or, you know, a decent idea of the patterns for every character for every day and night. Because they're probably not going to be available 100% of the time. Yeah, I think at this point there's really nothing left for me to grab. Pretty much the only thing I can do now outside of waiting for the timer to click to midnight is just grind money here. It's weird. It feels like you have more than enough time. Again, this is kind of getting used to knowing what you're doing. It feels like you have so much time in this first 3-day cycle to, like, grind up as much money as you want. You can get a piece of heart, you know, technically 2 pieces of heart before the 3-day cycle's over. But your first time playing, you just, like, you grab really minimalistic stuff. Like, at best, you've got, you know, this title deed, Deku Seeds, maybe the maps, and, you know, your magic ability. And outside of that, it's like, I think that's all I'm gonna get for, you know, going up to the final area. Because even though you know the game's just started, it does feel like you are running out of time, because you just don't know what's going on. The game does a very good job of evoking that mystery. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and zip back to deposit this money, and then we'll go. This also has, since we were talking about music earlier, this game also has one of, in my opinion, the creepiest music tracks that comes up in this game. And that's basically the you're running out of time. Like, the final 12-hour music is creepy. It's straight up creepy. Like, it still gives me goosebumps to this day. I don't know what it is about it. I think it's like, it's shrill, but in a very, very subtle way, and that's what makes it creepy as a result. But man, it is creepy. Yeah, shoot off those fireworks. We're all about to die. Woohoo! Party hard. I really hope the fact I'm holding down the A button still counts. Also, what's with, like, the 7 doors? Like, why is security needed so badly in that one spot, huh? I'll just put you back out of here. Oh, it's so creepy. Like, timer aside, just the music's creepy for it. I'm not even gonna hang around and let it play. It's that creepy. I remember one time having it, I don't remember what it was for. I had it for something. I had that soundtrack playing on a video on YouTube, and the actual picture in the video was a picture of just Majora's Mask by itself. And it would shake back and forth, like, really slowly. But YouTube had a thing, at least on Android at the time, not anymore, where sometimes the video would go out of motion with the audio, and whenever it caught up, it would play at, like, super speed, and it did that for that video, and all of a sudden, like, Majora's Mask just stopped moving, and then started shaking back and forth really fast. It was very terrifying. That might be another reason I like this game more, though, is because this does feel hopeless, like, even though I know that I'm about to go back in time and save the world and all that good stuff. This, honestly, your first time playing, this scene right here feels more hopeless than, like, getting out of, you know, whatever you want to call it, Temple of Time, Light Temple, either or. From when you get out of there the first time and see, like, the world all just overtaken by ruins and stuff, that feels less hopeless than this does. This feels more hopeless. Because, like, even when you get this ocarina, you're like, how is this going to help us? Like, sure, it's a powerful instrument, but at that time, even though it was called the Ocarina of Time, it wasn't what sent you back in time. It was the pulling of the Master Sword or putting it back. The ocarina was only a piece of that puzzle, and since you don't have the Master Sword, how are you going to be able to travel back in time? This is playing. Alright, sorry about that, just making sure. I always did like this scene though, like it's the only really time you get to see Zelda. It gives a little bit of closure to what happened at the end of Ocarina of Time between then and now. And I do like that for both this game and the sequel of Wind Waker versus Phantom Hourglass, is there's not a lot of continuity of exactly what happened between those two things. And I do love how they do like a little bit of a cardboard cutout, standee diorama type of thing with Phantom Hourglass, where it's They basically give you the too long didn't read version of it, or the TLDR version of it. Where it's like, Zelda got captured, or you found out Tetra was Zelda, and then she got captured, and then Link saved her, and then they all went off on a new adventure. Also love that there's different instrument types based on which of the transformations you have. Great idea. Great idea. Usually it's just straight up, it's one instrument. It's the ocarina, it's the flute from Spirit Tracks, it's the harp from Skyward Sword that, let's face it, they did not make good use of the harp. I really wish they had, because the harp's a beautiful instrument, but they did not do that well. And we're back here. At some point, I do want to try doing a 3-day run of this game, but I don't even know where to start in terms of, like, how to go about that. For anybody that doesn't know, a 3-day run, outside of the first 3-day cycle we did, because it's all forced, you beat all the dungeons and, you know, stop the moon from landing in one 72-hour cycle. And the only thing I know about how to do that is that basically the idea is you go to dungeon 1 and get the bow and arrow, and then immediately leave the dungeon and start dungeon 2. So you get, like, all the arrow types before... You get all the arrow types before finishing any of the dungeons, and then you go back and just crush everything that's in there. Okay, so right. First off, let's start with the obvious. Song of Healing. What's up? Almost just went off to go and get the Stray Fairy again, but no, should probably do this first. Since, you know, getting the fairy a second time would not do much good if I was still a Deku. Dude. Hit the buttons too fast. Had to try and slow down there. They could not have picked a better name for that song, though. For the Song of Healing. Like, beyond the ideal of, you know, healing Link's own personal spirit, the idea of, well, basically, like, with the Goron and Zora Link and a couple other honorable mentions, like the Gibdo Mask or the Kamaro's Mask, the dancing one, if you want to notice that. The idea of that, like, one of the processes of death is healing. Whether it's the ghost healing from the fact that they're no longer part of the world, or it's the people that are still alive healing over the tragic loss of a friend, a family member, or whatever. They picked that name really well. They did a great job with that idea. Yeah, about that, I don't have Majora's Mask, I'm sorry. Even if I did, I'm not 100% certain I'd give it back to you. I guess you never do figure out, at least not at this current point in time, you never do figure out where that mask ends up going after he gets it and the game's over. Of course, I guess that also means that, you know, you're open to a sequel. I could talk a bit about the 3DS version for this game. I think the 3DS version is not as good as this version is. And that's a real shame, because it could have been good. And it would have been nice if it had been good. But just some big things that got changed that didn't need to be changed. Like, they changed the swimming mechanic, which I don't know why, because it was done almost flawlessly, which is rare for any game to do swimming right, even ones that focus on it. They, like, moved around items for no reason, like the piece of heart that you get for for doing the minigame where you have to shoot the target, like after you've finished the first dungeon and you go back to the witch that does the boat rides, and you have to hit 20 targets, they switched that from being a piece of heart to the bottle that's in the graveyard on the third night that you normally have to kill the big Poe to get, and I don't know why. They just switched those two items for some reason. Probably to make sure you can't maximize the fact you can get like 3 bottles of the 6 pretty dang early. But still, very, very strange decision to do that. Yeah, I know. Let's start going to pick up masks, I guess. Oh, completely got turned around there. Hey, Cafe. Spoiler alert for anybody who doesn't know about that side quest, but yeah, that's him. If you didn't, my bad. Might as well go ahead and grab the 100 rupees that's in the East Clock Town while we're here. Since we'll need 90 of it for getting the bigger bomb bag anyway. Okay, shooting gallery I can't do. The 3-day things gets you a piece of hearts. That's kind of the weird thing about playing a 3-heart run for this is I'm so used to having like a lot of hearts before even going to the first dungeon, but I don't need to get near as much stuff as a result. There's a lot of stuff I can skip right now. It basically means that the collectibles for me outside of the main ones is just gonna be the masks. So let's see, right now we can get the Great Fairy Mask, we can get the Bomb Mask, we can get Kamaro's Mask, we can get Cafe's Mask. What else? The Bremen Mask, which can get us the Bunny Hood. I feel like I'm missing one somewhere in there. I feel like there's another one that I'm not thinking of. You can't get the Garrow's Mask until you've gotten Epona, and you can only do that after getting the bow and arrow from Dungeon 1. So it's not that. I'm genuinely blanking on what it is. I just don't remember. I do need to go hit that statue to get the Song of Soaring to warp me back here if necessary. And it probably will be. I do love how they did the warps in this game, though. I feel like, again, one of the things done better in this game than Oot was the warps. The warps are much better in this one. Because some of them, at least for trying to get where you want to go, are almost unusable. Like, if you want to get to Gerudo Valley, like the Pirate's Fortress, the Gerudo's Fortress, the Requiem of Spirit is not going to get you there. Not very close. You're going to be better off running through Hyrule Field to get to it. Okay, so Cafe's Mask. Oh, right, the statue. There we go. Cafe's Mask, Bomb Mask, Bremen Mask, Bunny Hood. I feel like I'm forgetting one, though. I still feel like I am. I gotta remember if this place is open at 8 or 7. Or maybe even 9. Oh, it's 10. Alright, well then. Let's go into unfreeze time. I can also get the notebook from the bombers. Provided I can actually remember what that 5-digit combo was. Which, knowing me, that answer is probably a no. I actually remembered it. Alright, cool. After I get the blast mask, I can come back here for the 100 rupees. But for now, we'll just worry about getting the important thing. What's up, Jim? That was a nice little jig you just did there. Just flinging your arms and legs around while running sideways. I love that little jingle too, that little dun 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 dun. Maybe I'll make that an alert or something. See, normally there's a ton of stuff you can go and do right now, just in Clocktown alone. Like, Swordsman's School, you can do that. If you get the bomb game, or the bomb shoe game, you can do that on the first day. You could do the treasure chest game, but you wouldn't get anything for it. I'm trying to think outside of, outside of Clocktown. Oh, thought I was gonna sneeze, and then it just didn't come out. I don't think there's anything I need to do there right now. I am gonna go ahead and wait for, to get Cafe's mask, and then switch it to night 1. Which will let me get Bremen, Bomb, and Kamaro's mask. Nose is stopping up here for some reason, I'm not sure why. I think it's just allergies, which is a bit odd considering the weather, but it might just be the weather shift of it going up and down. Oh, hey! Yeah, I'm ready to use my notebook. Yeah, I'm ready to use it. I'm trying to read this. I want to speak. I want to check. There we go. Ah, okay. I completely forgot that was up there, but I guess that gives you a little bit of an idea of what to do with the notebook. Wonder if I can pull it off. It's been a while since I've tried doing this, but let's see if I can. Nope, close. You actually can get back up there without sliding down, like all the way up there. Oh, I almost did it there. It's like doing the motion to hop back up there. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Alright, it's 10 AM. Let's go get that mask. Slam the door in my face. What do you think you are, Randall? If I remember correctly, this is the right door. And it's also the correct door, too. Yeah, I can look for him. Thanks. I just mostly wanted to fill out my mask collection super early, so that was why I came here. Which you can get a lot of in the first 3-day cycle. I'm willing to bet there's probably more you could get. Because, like, think about it, like, after you beat the dungeon, you can go and get the Mask of Sense from racing. You might have enough time to get Don Gero's mask as well in Area 2, or 3, technically. I'll usually just refer to them as Area 1 for the swamp, Area 2 for the mountain, 3 for the ocean, and 4 for the canyon. I don't typically think about Clocktown in that equation. It's just kind of the starting area. My dude, what's up? I love the fast version of... Like, it's... Song of Storms does sound really cool sped up. Even though I'm not, like, big into the whole Nightcore thing, where you, like, up the tempo and up the pitch of songs. I do think some do sound good in double time. Not so much the pitch up, but some songs do sound good in double time. And so now we pretty much do the same thing we did last time. We sit here and we wait. I could go and rebeat the, I could go and rebeat the first stage of the Deku puzzle, but I'm not going to. Okay, that's good. I'm glad you're not doing anything suspicious, like waiting for an old lady to come by so you can steal her bag of bombs. Because that would just be rude. Oh, so how's everybody doing this evening? Today is the 8th of February, and it is exactly 1 week until I'm officially 24 in my mid-20s. That's gonna be weird. I still probably stream on my birthday, since Fridays are a pretty lackluster day. So I'll probably do, like, something birthday related, maybe like Mario Party 4, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll see if some other people are up to doing anything. Maybe I'll get, like, Spoot or somebody to do a co-com with me. Play some Kirby Air Ride online. That'd be fun. I'm just gonna keep firing at that bubble. I think the balloon actually respawns if you destroy it and then don't talk to him. I'm actually curious, does it respawn? Who respawns it? Well, I mean, Jim probably does. He probably just blows up another balloon and just starts trying to shoot it. It looks like he's pretty handy with a blow dart, too. He's not missing, it's just his shots aren't strong enough to break the balloon. But that's probably because, you know, he doesn't have gigantic lungs because he's just a kid. He's just going around being like, who did that? Was it the guard, perhaps? It was probably the guard. I don't remember what... Doesn't she come out here at, like, 10? Might be 11. It is night of the first day, I remember that. Because whether she gets saved or not affects a lot of stuff in, like, the Andrew Cafe side quest. Which is a bit odd, but it is the case. Maybe it's 11. I didn't realize it was that late. I could have sworn it was 9 o'clock. Or maybe 10. I didn't think it was 11, though. Because 11 is right when she pops out. So that means she gets the actual bag stolen at about 11:30-ish. But yeah, she comes out of there and goes over here, so I'm pretty sure should see her in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No? Is it midnight? No, it can't be that late. Maybe it is, but that seems wrong. I could have sworn it was... earlier than that. I will give the 3DS remake some credit in the fact that I do like the idea of you don't have to skip to dawn of one of the remaining days or night of one of the remaining days, and you can actually go by hour, so when you don't get stuck in situations like these. The one I'm thinking of in particular outside of this, the Andrew Cafe quest, is the one where you're waiting for Malin, or Romani in this case. whenever you're going to help save her from the aliens, or help save the cows from the aliens. Because that doesn't happen till 2 o'clock in the morning. And so you set it to 6 p.m. and really you probably just go and do something else, but... You know, if you can't help it, sometimes you're just like this, you're just stuck sitting here waiting. Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna switch the time back to slow so I can get to Kamaro faster. I didn't actually think it would allow you to play your ocarina in this scenario. That's kind of funny. Hi. You just gonna keep running? Alright, cool. You have fun. I like the guard who, having witnessed all of this, does not try to stop him. No, the police is corrupted in the world of Termini, I suppose. You're welcome. I will see you bright and sharp in the morning to go buy the larger bomb bag. In the meantime, though, let's go grab Kamaro's mask. Oh yeah, I guess this is our first look at Termina. Welcome to Termina Field, everyone. In case you are new to the Majora's Mask world. This is it. I feel like this is the time that they want you to go and do this, though, because, like, it's available right here. Like, it's right out the north entrance, so... I think this guy, if I remember correctly, is here until 2 in the morning, but I could be wrong. Nice upskirt right there. Thanks for that game. Appreciate it. And I think outside of this, that's all the stuff you can do in Termina right now that's not a piece of heart. There's actually one in this tundra area you can go and get by destroying some Dinalfos. But since we're not going for pieces of heart, no point in doing that. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh yeah, the Enos are out, the snowball throwing at clumps of snowmen, or whatever they're supposed to be. That'd be a good thing for a trivia game, is like, what is the enemy in Zelda that's just a ball of snow that throws snowballs at you? I guarantee you most people couldn't tell you the name of that enemy. Alright, anything else I need to do during nighttime? Bunny Hood's on day/night 3, so I can't do that right now. Got the bomb mask. The bomb bag, it will be in the morning of today. I don't think there's anything during the nighttime I need to do. So let's just shift back to day 2, or forward to day 2. I can't believe it was till like my 3rd or 4th playthrough of this game that I realized you could skip that animation of the day getting fast forwarded. You can skip it for the transformation masks too, but only after the first time. You have to watch it the first time through. Which in retrospect is a bit creepy. This is open at 9, correct? Oh, it's open now. Okay, cool. Howdy. Yeah, plop yourself a seat right there, just right up on the counter. Cool. I don't think there's much point in me getting the money for blowing open the secret entrance, but I'm gonna go and do it anyway. Mostly because we have nothing else to do right now. After this, I'm just gonna switch it to day 3. Thank goodness they give you the bunny hood to start running faster earlier on. I'm guessing that was probably given in this game as a result of the time limit, but it was sorely needed in Ocarina. I know there is a bunny hood, but it doesn't actually do anything when you wear it, so that's a bit of a shame. Hello, Mr. Spider. I just saw you up there. I'm going to ignore you. He's not a friend of mine. Still not sure why holding your shield out prevents you from taking damage while wearing that mask. If anything, unless it's like a shield that's designed to withstand shock, it would actually make the shock worse, if I remember correctly. Though really, it's the explosion that's the problem, it's not the shockwave, at least in this case. And since the explosion's on your face, I don't feel like that's very easy to block. But whatever, what do I know? Nah, I guess let's go ahead and go out to, Romani Ranch. Well, yeah, I might as well get it now. I was kind of going back and forth on that. Yo, Tingle, get down here. I might as well go ahead and grab the one for this and then for Romani Ranch when I get over there. Hi. Yeah, I'm so lucky to have known you. Still, he's more useful in this game than he is in Wind Waker. At least he's not charging you 398 rupees per chart that he deciphers. Don't even get me started. Thank goodness they fixed that issue in HD. I feel like of all the HD remakes, that one's the best one, but I have not played the HD remake for Twilight Princess, so I can't say if I think that one's better or worse. But I think Ocarina's is good, Majora's is not that great, but Wind Waker's is the best one. Because all the big issues got fixed, and they didn't create any more issues. I know there's another piece of heart over here. If you defeat a P-Hat during the daytime, you can get it, but no point in me doing that, so we'll just skip right on by it. And make sure to stay far away from that Takuri bird, because I would like to keep my sword. If he does get sight of you, like he has me in his sights right now, just keep moving. He can also take a bottle as well, I think, if you have one, but probably best to just not let that happen in the first place. If they do take the bottle, resetting to the first day, or the bottle or the sword, if he takes it, you can either reset to the first day to get it back, or buy it back from the Curiosity Shop. They'll have it that following night. Yo, Tingle, I know I just shot you down, but I'm gonna shoot you down again here. You're a Pharah, and I've got you in my sights. Oh, you've got Great Bay as well. Well, I might as well go and grab that too, I suppose. So that means all I'm missing is Mountain and Canyon, I believe. I almost got them all. Oh well. Alright, that's night 2. I don't know what they're paying this guy to destroy this boulder. Like, you know, for 2 days straight, pretty much. But I hope it pays well. And I hope he's getting a nice long rest after he's done. I know you can blow it up prematurely with a powder keg, and canonically, since Link is getting a perfect ending, that it does get blown up pretty much as soon as humanly possible, but the point still stands. Good job, my dude. Let's see if I can stay far enough away from the house to prevent the thing from getting triggered. It's got a pretty wide range on it, though, so I might not be able to. No, it actually will let me go past it. I know if you stay on the road, you definitely will hit it, like, for sure, for sure. But we came here for this. We came here for these 5 rupees. I don't know why that's always stuck with me through the years, but the fact that there's 5 rupees there has always stuck with me through the years. Alright, here we go. This is another very underrated tune, I feel. Glitched out the audio bit right there by picking 2 up at once. Alright, I see number 9 over there, but I'm not sure where the last one is. This is probably the fastest I've ever picked up all the chicks. Make of that what you will. He's probably back here somewhere. No, he's not here. Are you over here? No. Where are you, Mr. Chick? I usually try to avoid hitting L, because sometimes it cancels the march command when you do that. There it is. I don't even know why we're marching. It's only February. You're welcome. I just wonder what happens if you let go of the button, like, as they're transforming, but not all of them do. The ones that are proper Cuckoos stay Cuckoos? Like, what happens? There you go. Enjoy your chickens. Thanks. Appreciate it. Now that we've got this, we can actually speed things up here. The question is, do I really care enough to run all the way back just to dump this money? And I think the answer is no, but... Well, no, I may not actually be able to get that far. I was gonna say I could try to get up to the point of getting the Song of Soaring. I don't know if you can that quickly. Or not that quickly, but... I don't know if you can in terms of, like... The story may not allow you to do that on the final day. I'm trying to think, but I don't know. I've never done the first dungeon, or like, you know, started the progress for all that stuff on the final day. Because I know where the hag is that you have to save. I know that changes each day. But you just follow the monkey, so... That part's not too difficult. But I think she disappeared, not the one that's injured, but I think the other one disappears from the shop on the final day and just goes to look for herself. So I'm not going to run that risk, and since I'm already here, I might as well grab the 40 rupees from doing this. Hi! Yeah, he'll be fine. That's the guy who runs the store at night, in case you were curious. The main store, not the bomb store. The one that you can buy, like, fairies, potions, arrows, bombs, Deku Nuts, a new shield, what have you. I could have grabbed that other 20 that was just in Hyrule Field, but I'm not going to worry about it. That's just, it was a little bit too far out of the way for me. And again, I probably don't need to be actually going back to this this often. I'm going to do it a little bit at the start, but not that often. Yeah, 372. Honestly, yeah, at this point, I don't think I need to, I don't think I need to deposit any more money. Unless there's something you have to pay 500 rupees for, but I don't think there is. At the very least, there's not for a long while, because you're not supposed to get that bigger wallet until you do the Ocean Spider House, and that's not till Area 3, so not gonna worry about it. Even if there was, I could just take out everything and then just go hunting for another 128 rupees, which isn't that much. You could find 200 pretty easily just in Clocktown alone. So, let's actually start heading to Temple 1. Which, really, we should be able to knock it out, no problem. The only dungeon, I think, in this game that is genuinely difficult is actually not Great Bay Temple. I know a lot of people think it is, but I don't actually think Great Bay is that hard. I think Stone Tower is the hardest temple in this game. Yes, Archimedes' sword, thanks. Alright. We're also gonna have to see this cutscene here. This one takes a while. But yeah, honestly, I don't think Great Bay is that hard, but I think it's because I've also kind of figured out my own personal pattern for it and how to get through it. I can see why people think it's hard because of, you know, having to move the different waterways to go different directions, but if you can get that concept, like the middle concept of it down, of which ones go where, it's not that tough. And it's pretty much just like, you remember, like, one direction takes you to the green pipe at the very bottom, and that's the end of the dungeon, and then one other one. And if you can remember those two, if you're looking for the other one, it's just the other direction. So it's a lot easier to remember it that way. But Stone Tower has always given me trouble. Always. I'm not a big fan of Area 4 in this game in general. I don't mind the graveyard section where you get, like, the captain's hat and all that. That's all fine. But the actual, like, Ikana area, outside of the graveyard and the mini dungeon, I just really don't care for it. I know it's like a desert or a wasteland and it's, you know, got almost nothing in it, but it really just does not appeal to me at all. Because in terms of that area, what all do you do? You fight the Pose for Piece of Heart. You play the Song Storms to get Sharp back to normal. And I don't think he actually gives you anything for it, other than advice on what, like, where to go. Oh no, it starts the waterway, and that's how you get the Gibdo Mask. So that's two things. I'm not going to count the mini dungeon, because that's kind of its own separate entity. And then the well. And that's all you can do up until you've got, like, a really high amount of hearts to do that area that's, like, below the waterfall. And you have to have, like, something stupid, like 16 hearts to get, like, be allowed access into it. Even though it's a fight against a Wizrobe, which you've already fought in, like, at least 4 times at that point. Wart, who you've definitely fought at that point. Lasalthos, that you've fought, and they're not hard at all. And I guess the other one that might give you any trouble is the Garrow, but even then, they're not that tough by that point in time. At least I don't think they are. Alright, Heart Piece in the tree, we'll ignore that. I'll take some magic back, though. I could grind up rupees to get the mountain map, but I'm not going to worry about it. Let's just keep going. That was a weird cut on the music just then. Oh, right, I am going to need magic beans. I will admit that this is one of the songs I don't really care for in this game. The swamp areas does not remind me of a swamp. I don't care for it that much. Alright, I'll have to try and pick up more rupees later. Oh wait, yeah, that's right, she's not in now. She gives you the pictograph box. It has been a while since I played, so I'm trying to kind of remember everything and where it all is. But thankfully I like the game enough and have played it enough to where it can come back to me pretty easily. Things that I remember. I now remember how weird the turning is when you're trying to bounce on the water as the Deku. most definitely have to line up all your shots, or it just does not work that well. Also, I forgot to hit the stone. Gosh dang it. I always forget to get that one. Are there any, no, there's not. You might be able to hit that one in such a way that you get a Deku Stick, but for right now, no. Five, one. And you're supposed to go talk to the lady in the potion shop, and she'll be like, yeah, I was looking for my sister, who does, like, the tour guide things, but she hadn't been around for a while. But you can just skip that and just start straight here. Find her, and then go back. So, that's what we'll do. Should be left. Or, sorry, not left, right. Right again. Straight through this one, I believe. Yep. And then he does like a loop around, where he'll go right, and then center, and then left. And I believe it's left again. I cannot believe I remember that. Hi. Hey, I remember you. You're one of the Spirit Temple bosses, but you've changed in this game. But no, I don't have anything to give you. Because I can't physically have anything at this point. Hi. Your sister got beat up by a school kid. Yeah, I know. Thanks for the bottle. Appreciate it. Because I will be keeping it. Let's see if I can do it myself. Left, right. I'm pretty sure it's straight here, but I'm gonna wait for the dude anyway. No, it's not. Okay. So this one's straight. Now when you spin around and go left, left again, and there we go. Hi. There you go. Gross, now I've got old woman's saliva all over this bottle. You have to wash it in this dirty river to make at least some of the impurities get taken care of. Hi. This is something I'm sure everybody's seen like a million times, but I want to show it off anyway because I think it's funny. Whenever the monkeys get to this section right here, you should find out that they're magic monkeys. Oh, I missed it. Well, they literally just disappear off the map and it looks really funny. Hey, you can get a Deku Stick here. Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get... Whoa. I'm gonna try to clip the camera through the wall. Yes, that's what I'm gonna try to do. I need a little bit of money here. I know the Deku Palace has a fair bit of money you can get by doing the sneaking sections anyway. But since I only have to do one half of those, because there's no point doing the one that takes you the piece of heart, that's enough for at least one magic bean, and I think that's all I technically need is just the one. And I don't think you can talk to the guy at the, well, this guy up here. I don't think he'll sell you them until you're authorized to use them. Glad I remembered that. Hi. Thanks, I'll be sure to use that to take a pictograph of a pirate later. for a pervert. Welcome to the boat cruise. Please check your stream to see how it's going at this point in time, because there's really nothing else you'd be doing. Like, we're literally just looking around at the scenery waiting for the boat to dock, so no big deal if we take a peek and make sure everything's running smoothly at this current point in time. Since it appears to be so, let's take everyone back. And get some swamp water all over you. Watch this boat kill an otter rock. It's good times all around, really. That'll teach him for living. This really does feel like it's a poison area with all the orange. Like, poison water aside, it looks kind of gross. I'm not saying orange is a bad color or anything, but in terms of nature, if something's brightly colored, that's usually a warning sign that it's poisonous. Or if it's, you know, a creature, it's usually attempting to make you think it's poisonous. But really, if you have any thought that it might be poisonous, you probably shouldn't try to eat it anyway. Hi. More correctly, to the left is the piece of hearts. We'll avoid doing that one. Glad I decided to wait there. Ah, yeah, there's really no getting away from that. They're all spaced around in a really bad spot. Couldn't get past them. Hi. This is another song that I don't think it's bad, but I don't think it's really that great either because it's just so in your face. I thought I could get away fast enough there. But I feel like part of the reason that the song is so in your face... Where is he? Oh, that was close. I feel like part of the reason the song is so in your face is because anybody that's musically inclined probably already knows this. And really, even if you're not, there's a good chance you know this. Is that each of the music, or musical instruments that Link can play, they all correspond to one of the different instrument types. Because their regular ocarina, in this case, is a woodwind. The Deku pipes are the brass, obviously because they sound like a brass instrument. The guitar, obviously a string, and the drums are, of course, percussion. And brass instruments are kind of typically loud and in your face, which is one of the reasons I don't really care for them. Which is weird, because I like heavy metal, so you'd think in your face wouldn't really bother me that much, but yeah, not a fan of it. Regardless, I think that's the reason why, is to try to correspond to that brass. Thanks. I think I only need the one, but I'm gonna grab a second one just in case. Thanks. Now to get caught. Or maybe I'll just speedrun my way back through it, I don't know. Man, if I had gone, like, straight there and gone around the rock, I would have actually made it back. Even though getting thrown out is, in fact, faster. There's no particular reason I'm not using the down C button to activate a third item, by the way. I'm kind of just seeing how long I can do that without, you know, using all three buttons. Which, really, it's not going to last forever, because there's some sections in getting a Stray Fairy where you're pretty much going to have an arrow, the Lens of Truth, and the Great Fairy Mask equipped all at once. So really, that's kind of the cutoff point for it, will be Dungeon 2. Camera? Camera. Thanks. Appreciate it. Man, it's amazing how fast you can go in this game when you're not going for all the pieces apart. Or any of the pieces apart, really. Just cruise right through it. I think there is something to be said for a minimalist run, though, like, outside of a speed run, because, you know, even in speed runs, sometimes it might be worth using up some of your time to collect an item that will shave off more time later on than if you didn't have it. Actually, pretty good luck right there. Usually that guy's kind of hard to hit. That might be the cleanest run I've ever had of going through the top half of Deku Palace. I'm pretty dang impressed with it. Hi, monkey. I'm gonna skip all the dialogue and just go straight to the point. Teach me the song. Oh, you do have to talk to him. Alright, fine. Hi. I could have sworn you didn't have to, but whatever. Who are you, thud? Gotta appreciate that anime, like, the anime fall when someone says something dumb and everybody just falls over. Sure, why not? It's so weird to hear this song so quiet when you're usually playing it on the Deku Pipes, and so, again, the brass is so loud and in your face. Like that. I do love how I get to play it on the ocarina here, though. I think it sounds really nice on the ocarina. But again, as everybody knows, I don't care for brass instruments. Nothing personal, just don't care for them. Everyone, did you hear that? No, we were too busy staring at your loincloth that's just 3 leaves and it's not actually covering anything. Because nothing's there, but if something was, then it would not be covering anything. Alright. Let's go to the temple. Pretty much the only thing we need to do before I actually, before going into the temple itself is just to get the Song of Soaring. And then we are good to go. Let's see if there's any way I can get around these guys. Usually not this close. Oh, why don't you get down here? That'll work. Nope, no won't. Get down here. You don't have to get rid of those things, but they usually cause a lot of grief, and so I try to. Oh man, I won't have to go get that piece of heart from doing the stupid frog thing either. Because 2 of them are inside the temples, and one of them you usually just pick up in the 3rd temple and do the side quest at the same time, but you have to come back for this first one if you do that. Hello, Mr. Owl. Thankfully, another good thing about Majora as opposed to Ocarina is this guy doesn't show up as frequently. He shows up, like, here, and then when you're going to get the Lens of Truth, and I think that's actually it. That's all I can remember off the top of my head. It's just those 2 times. This is a song I'd love to hear a cover of where it played more notes, because it just feels like you're literally just playing the notes and that's it. I want to hear more, like, it's a song you want to hear more of, because, you know, usually for, like, Song of Healing, it'll go, like, it'll play the notes and then be like, da-na-na-na-na, but this one, it just straight up plays the same notes that you see. There's nothing extra in it. Because at least with the longer songs, like Sonata of Awakening, you know, Sonata of Awakening, New Wave Bossa Nova, whatever, there's enough notes there to where you can kind of get an idea of where it's going, but when it's the sets where it's just a set of 3 notes played twice, then you kind of want to hear more of it. Alright. Bye! I know I could have just run into him at the dash attack, but it's a little too easy to fall off the side, so I prefer to do that. Oh hey, Deku Stick. Nice. Tragically, Deku Sticks are not quite as good in this game as they were in Oot. Namely because by the time you go to fight a boss, or anything where you would use the Deku Sticks normally, A, they're not as frequent because you don't keep your items, and B, you get the upgraded sword, the Gilded Sword, pretty early. Get over here. There we go. I'm probably not going to need that, but I might as well have it with me just on the off chance that I do. Alright, that off. Kind of blanked out there on the Sonata. Really? That's not the song that I forget, though. The one I forget in this game is the New Wave Bossa Nova. I could not for the life of me tell you the exact notes for that song right now. The Sonata and the Goron's Lullaby are easy enough for me to remember because I've played them enough times. And you play the Elegy of Emptiness a ton in Stone Tower to, you know, pressurize all the switches to get up there, and actually in the temple itself. But the Bossa Nova, really, the only times it's played is when you learn the song and to open the temple, and that's it. Like with the Goron Lullaby, like you learn a part of it, and then you have to go and get the rest of it, and then sometimes you'll have to go back to Beetledoa to turn it back to like a proper springtime there, so you're probably going to be doing it more than once. Just that kind of thing. Also forgot that the Stray Fairies heal you, which is another nice reason to pick them up. I don't remember how much they heal for, but they do heal you. Sadly, the obnoxious thing about finding them is whenever that little menu pops up of like, hey, you found a Stray Fairy, this is your 3rd, 5th, 9th, whatever, you can't pause your game to switch items, which is kind of annoying, but, you know, what are you gonna do? I don't think that's an issue in the 3DS one, but it is here. Sure, we'll kill that guy, why not? Oh hey, look, it's an enemy. Excuse me, thank you. Well, it's at least 1 heart. Thankfully, the Stray Fairies in this dungeon are insanely easy to find. It's weird, though, because you go into the very final room, like right before the boss, and you're like, I've only got 11. That doesn't seem like very many, and that's actually exactly how many you're supposed to have, is 11. This is a key, if I remember correctly. Yep. third of them down. It's the only part that I slightly get confused in. There's two rooms that look pretty similar, but I don't remember which one is the door to progress and which one's the door to the map. Now this is the map. Excuse you. Come on. Drop any hearts by any chance? Yeah, I'll take it. Go on, get the flower. Also, the annoying thing about fighting these is they're split up exactly to where you have to use the 3 different flowers each time. Because otherwise, they'll be out of range. Get out of here. I don't know if dropping a Deku Nut on them actually does anything, I just know that that's the way that I always beat them, so... Well, let's get the map. Because the Dinalthos, I believe, is what gives you the bow. I don't think this is the bow. I could be wrong. Nope, I was right. It's the map. Alright. Moving on. It's crazy how simple this dungeon feels compared to the other 3 in this game. And, you know, like, you usually have to have, at least in some semblance for Zelda, like, the first dungeon is going to be easier. That's kind of how video games work, because they're supposed to get progressively harder as you go along. Also, hey, Smash Bros. Crossing. I appreciate you giving me all the luck. Speaking of luck, it's lucky that I remembered. I think it's this one. Hey, I was right. The other one has bees, so I was hoping I had it correct. Oh wait, I think you actually have to kill it this way. Because you actually cannot attack Skeletas with the sword and get them in this game. It's weird, but you can't do it. Bit of a shame. Also, I can't get that one in the bubble right now because I don't have the bow, so... don't worry about it right now. Can I do the thing with the torch right now? Torch lights that. Why am I blanking on how you get the torch lit? Don't go back down, do you? Why am I blanking on this? I should know the answer to this. I don't think I've ever gotten stumped here. Oh no, the torch is lit over there. I thought it wasn't. I swore I passed it and it wasn't. Alright, well now that I'm done being an idiot, let's try that again. I think of all things I would have remembered that. Right, stupid. I don't know why moths, of all things, damage you in this game, but they do, and it's very aggravating. I glitched to get the Goron and Zora mask before beating this temple was kind of fun. Interesting. How did you do that? Of course. I only remember, like, minor glitches from the game, because this one, unlike Ocarina, I'm used to playing the normal way. And I know there's, like, a trick to getting the deity mask to be used outside of the boss arenas. Put it away. There you go. Someone's trying to do it. And I know I need to go back into that. Well, actually, no, I don't need to go back into that room, because I believe that's the compass in there. If I remember right. Oh, hey, I forgot that was in here. Sure, I'll take that, too. Be careful, I sense a lot of evil here. Yeah, I know. I actually said that before it came on screen, so if you think your thing's lagging. Nope, it's good. It's pretty much always the way I dealt with this area, is just spin around and, you'll eventually get all the attention from the enemies. Hello? Oh, there we go. So I hear him. That all of them? No. Usually just hugging the walls works. There he is. Oh, two of you. Whoops. There we go. If you go to the ice area that's blocked by ice, you need bombs, and you can sidestep jump onto a ledge. Oh, okay, I see. I know. I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. The one that's just basically the entrance to Area 2 that you normally shoot down the pillar of ice to get rid of the rest of the ice that's on the ground. If I'm thinking of the correct spot. Honestly, always felt like opening that door and getting the chest for the stray fairy, like, the requirements should be reversed. It feels like killing all the enemies would be what opens the door, and lighting the torches would be what activates the stray fairy box. See, there's not really a good spot to hit him because the platform's just moving back and forth, so I'm gonna wait until it's gotten pretty far towards where I'm trying to go. Ooh, I'm impressed I got away with that. I don't know why, I always cut it close on that section. Always. Zora, you have to get the Goron Mask to get a 2-2 defense blocking away, and then how they attack and then cancel it. Oh yeah, so he knocks you over the fence. That makes sense. We need the bow for that. I know there's a fairy over there, but I can just go and get it later, so I'm not gonna worry about it right now. That's gonna be the bow, which will take us across to where the frog is. Frog's riding the turtle, and it's got the big key. Alright, Mr. Man, show me what you got. Yeah, I didn't think so. I just remember being able to one-shot those things with the Great Fairy Sword when you get it. It just sucks that it's used as a C item. If you ever want to use it as an actual attack weapon, though, you can just go play Soul Calibur 2, because that's Link's, Soul Calibur weapon, i.e. his best weapon, quote-unquote. But as everybody knows in a fighting game where you can choose your weapon, any weapon can be good if you just know how to use it correctly. Speaking of knowing how to use a weapon correctly, here's me just missing wildly with the bow and arrow. It was very generous on that. I did not deserve that shot either. I just, like, clipped the corner of it. That's a good omen for when I have to do the target galleries later. Well, really, just the Clock Town one. The Swamp one's not hard, because you just hit everything. There's nothing you have to try and avoid. Alright, let's go fight a frog. What's up, bro? Yeah, I think that's the first time I've ever caught the arrows in midair. That was not intentional. shame you can't damage him while he's going back to his frog. Oh well. Got launched from way over there. Oh, this can be all too easy. That's something else I don't think I've ever seen happen, where the turtle dude just went right where I needed him to. There you go. I don't know why I was having so much trouble hitting him on the last shot there, but oh well. It's not like he's exactly a tough mini-boss. I do like that he's brought back in a different style, though, in Dungeon 3. Which, really, any mini-boss that isn't a Wizrobe, I can give a compliment just because it's not used 86 trillion times. Though it is a real shame they don't use, I don't remember what his name is. The mini-boss in the final dungeon. The shadow guy, you have to shoot him with a light arrow to make all the bats around his body go away and then hit his weak point. He's actually really cool, but they just never used him outside of that one section. And they probably could have stood to use him like twice, but you know, otherwise, any more than that, he'd probably be getting Wizrobe syndrome. Okay, so I should have 8. Yeah, that's correct. Because there's 2 you need the bow and arrow for that are outside of the final area. I don't blame you. At least they're not like Zelda 1 Wizrobes, though. They could be a lot worse. Like this. So we should have 11 going into the final door. 9 is the one that I skipped that I'll come back to, because there's no reason to, you know, do that later. The big one I need to remember getting is, I believe, yep, right here. This one's probably the easiest one to forget in this dungeon. At least in terms of you see it and then you just forget it's there. This is pretty much the only one that can have that syndrome to it. Glad I remembered you can still do that. Did you play the song to lower the speed of time? Yes, I did. Oh, right, I forgot you can't hit these guys until they fully spawn out of that thing. Oh, right, I do need to do that as well. That was dumb. I thought I turned the mask on. Luckily, I've got full health, so I should be alright. Yep. Well, dude, don't put it on now. It's too late. You have to use the bow and arrow, doofus. I forgot I didn't do this when I walked out, because when I walked in, I tried to do it and then went, wait, I don't have the bow. I can't do it right now. I never like that shot. It always seems like you have to aim way higher than you should. So yeah, 10's just sitting here. Or 9 if you're actually going in proper order. I think that would be number 9. Oh sure, he can make that shot just fine. Oh, I see how it is. Dummy. You just jump off without putting the mask on, but when you have to make like the hardest shot in this dungeon, yeah, no problem. Just give me half a sec to aim it up and I'll knock it down just fine. What a tool. What a maroon. I'm referring to myself, of course. Also, if anybody's wondering why I took the mask off right there, it's because the Deku's not heavy enough to weigh down the switches. Not even the normal switches. And then there's larger switches in the final dungeon that only the Goron can keep down. And this should be 11. Yep. Which means we're golden. Or I could fall into the water, sure. Because the final 4 are all in the last room. Heck, if I'm fast enough, we might even get it, the dungeon done before night of the first day. Because really, this boss is a joke if you know what you're doing. That was much too high. Good lord, could you aim? I don't even know why they can let you use the Song of Emptiness when they can't weigh down anything. I would have to guess one of two things. Either one, it was planned that he would be needing it for one, like, specific thing. Would be my first guess. The second is just to keep continuity with the other three being able to do something. It would be a little bit weird if the first one couldn't do anything. Yeah, no, go left first. Took me a sec to remember there. It'd be kind of interesting to know if they had made plans where there was like a Deku switch that only a Deku one could be put down. But I feel like that would be making puzzles way too hard to be like, put like a Goron, a Zora, or a Deku face, or a Link face on each of the switches and being like, this is the only one that can put this switch down. So maybe that's a bit too far thinking for me, I don't know. Cool idea, but I can completely understand why they wouldn't do that. Alright, that's all of them. Actually, stop there, because I think... Yeah, there's that switch. It's just like, sometimes I can aim with no difficulty, and then other times I just act like I can't see anything. Other times it's like I'm trying to fire arrows with beer goggles on or something, I don't know. I feel like it would have something to do with the deck. Yeah, it probably could have something to do with the Dead Sun side quest. Maybe a little bit more involving the, oh great, you're here. There we go. Something like a part 2 of the race, or just continuing that storyline. Get out of here. I don't know why those enemies are so obnoxious, but they are. Well, we're not going to be able to finish the dungeon before night of the first day, but at least I'm getting in the boss door. So that's something. That doesn't change the fact that this boss is still a complete and utter joke. I would say he's still harder than Twin Mold, but that's only because Twin Mold feels like there's no strategy at all other than just put on the Giant's Mask and hack and slash over and over. At least this one, it feels like you're doing something. Go ahead, make your move. Thought I had him there. Hey, I got him! I got him before night of the first day. Yeah, in case it wasn't clear, the quick spin attack is broken on this guy. Keep in mind, you don't even get the upgrade to this until you've beaten him. But holy cow, is it broken. Also, I didn't realize it stops time. Like, the timer's not even on the screen after you beat a boss. Forgot about that. That'd be kind of funny if they kept it going. You beat a boss, like, right before the timer runs out, and it's like, hey, you finally beat that really tough boss, and then the world just ends. Oh, well. So, yeah, I did get it done before night of the first day. Alright, cool. I thought he took more hits than that, but... It's because, like, he can get stun-locked really easily in that. In fact, it's possible to get him in one round if he gets stun-locked. It's particularly easy whenever he does the move where he puts his sword on the ground and spins around. It's very easy to get him stun-locked in that part of his attack animations. Get your instrument. Oh, what, you can't even remember the name of my precious ocarina? And no, I'm not referring to the one that he got from Saria, his childhood friend that he threw away. Because to be, you know, you could say because it doesn't have magical powers, it still did. I'm going to say because it wasn't blue. This is another very underrated song, I feel, in terms of how beautiful it is, the Oath to Order. Because you don't play it that much. Like, the only time you play it is when you learn it here, and then when you play it to stop the moon from falling. So, like, much, much later down the line. But it's a beautiful song. It's funny, for being called the Oath to Order, it has a very disharmonious feel to it. Yeah, you just go back to sleep. We'll call you when it's time. Brr, brr. I don't know how you pulled call us out of that, but sure. It's funny, a lot of them make that like noise, and then they kind of like decipher it, but it's like, it's just one of those things that, based on just how the syllables are, it, you know, could sound like a myriad of things. It's kind of like whenever you hear a washing machine or something make a noise and it sounds like a phrase to you, and it's very hard to unhear that phrase. That's the type of analogy that it uses, or strategy rather. And now I've got to get rid of my precious fairy in a bottle in order to get what's-her-face back. Actually, do I need to take her back for anything? Oh, yeah, for the mask. Yeah, I guess I do need to take her back. I was about to say it was for a piece of heart, then, like, screw it, who cares? That stuff with your horse, I apologize. There, so don't go holding it against me, okay? I've played this game a lot. Yep, to the mountains. As much as I do pretty well in that dungeon, I feel like the mountains dungeon is the one I know the most. And the main reason is because I've accidentally forgotten to turn in the stray fairies in the mountain area so many times that I've had to, you know, go back and replay it. Granted, I have the fire arrows and what have you, but that doesn't make it any less annoying, so I usually do a pretty good job of remembering all of those. But again, it's been a while since I've played, so I actually missed out last year. I usually try to play this game Halloween each year, but I had other plans and so couldn't do it. So it's been, you know, a little while since I played. But I feel good knowing that I at least remembered where all the stray fairies were in the first dungeon. That sucks. I mean, it's my fault. I've done it more than one time. That's why I know it's my fault. It's because it transports you very far away from where you get the reward for it. And that's why I always forget about it. That, and on top of, you know, that issue, it also, you know, based on how the environment changes, the mountains is the one that changes the most. So there's the most amount of things to do. Because, you know, at that point, like, you have the Donjero thing, you have the Goron race, you've got upgrading your sword. I think you can do that. No, that's after you do the Goron race with the gold dust. There's Night of the First Day. There's just, like, a bunch of different things. There's the powder keg. There's so many things to do that my mind just does not think, like, oh, hey, be sure to go get that fairy upgrade. Like, I'm not thinking about that at all. I'm trying to remember what's over in that chest over there. I think it's just 20 rupees. The chest that's on the top right, that's a piece of heart. I remember that much. But I genuinely don't remember what's in that one over there. I wonder if you can make it up to this thing from the flower down there. I feel like you probably could. As long as you get the height for it. You can make the distance for sure, but I'm not sure about the height. Alright. Welcome back to existence, fairy number 2. It's like contestant number 2, except it's just a fairy instead. That was another thing they switched in the 3DS remake that I'm not sure why they did. They switched this upgrade with the double magic, I think? I don't know why, but they did. It was really weird. I feel like they almost should have given you the Gilded Sword. Or not the Gilded Sword, the Great Fairy Sword earlier, just because it's so awkward to use. Because it's a C item. Like, you can even spin attack with it. It feels really weird, but you can do a spin attack with it. But just, like, make the controls intentionally hard and be like, you can use this really strong sword if you want, but, like, it's going to take a lot of control to get used to it. Oh, right. What am I thinking? It's like, yo, dum-dum, you've got the Song of Soaring, you could just warp out of here. Don't have to run all the way back. Oh wait, I just warped the Woodfall. My god. Who uses weapon that's twice per second? I mean, yeah, that too. Thankfully, if I remember correctly, you're not allowed to use it outside of your regular form. I don't think any other ones could use it. It would be cool if you could. That'd be kind of cool to run around with Zora Link, like, fire the twin blades and then pull out the Great Fairy Sword and pull, like, a triple attack on them. That'd be awesome. I'd be down for that. I'm not sure doing this actually is any faster. In fact, it might be slower, but oh well. I've already committed to it. Technically, I don't even have to bounce along the lily pads anymore now that I've got the poison water gone. I remember having the most difficult time trying to figure out how to get the picture of the king and still get it back to the guy before the contest ended, because you couldn't give it back to him after the poison water cleared up, because the contest was over at that point. Thought I made that. It's gonna warp me all the way back to, yep, sure enough. And so I was just stuck to giving him a picture of his son instead. It's a shame you don't get to see what Tingle's father looks like in Wind Waker, because you get to see a picture of him, or you get to see how he looks like here, but it'd be cool to see him be like a member of Windfall Island, since that's where you find Tingle, and maybe he's like trying to bargain for his son's freedom, but only if his son will take off the stupid outfit that he's wearing. Maybe he gets like you find him at one point and he gets a message from his son being like, hey, come meet me on Tingle Island, we'll play a bunch of games and stuff. And he's just like, what am I gonna do with that kid? Hi. Punishment! Punishment! Look at all that punishment. Ah, foolish father. As the monkey's just in the background hanging from the midair. Let him go this instant. Okay, okay, we'll do whatever you say. Sorry you got boiled alive back there. He tries to look all badass, like crossing his arms, has such a wide stance there. Don't mind me, I'm just dying. Accurate statement. The funny thing is, if you let him get dunked a couple times, his eyes will just gloss over and he'll remain completely still. He'll be fine in the cutscene if you free him afterwards, but it genuinely looks like he got boiled alive and actually died. See, if any item could have been stood to shuffle around, it would have been the Mask of Sense. I feel like, as hard as this race can be, if you don't have the bunny hood in particular, as hard as this race can be, the reward is not worth it. It's just not worth it at all. Hi. See, now I'm trying to think about what other masks I can get between now and starting the next dungeon. The Donjero, obviously. Romani's, because I have the bow and arrow, I can do the whole side quest with Romani Cremia now. Whoa, I got completely turned around there. It doesn't help this area is like super dark in terms of lighting, so you also can't see what's going on. Kids, don't try that at home. Or do, really, I'm not your dad. It's up to you. I think that's the first time I've made it across those platforms without falling in the water. Nope. One too soon. Let's go around that. Mom, some guy on the internet told me to do it. Yeah, if somebody tells you on the internet to do it, you should definitely do it. Everything that has ever been put on the internet is 100% factual. Also, that boulder always looks really fake. Every time I see it, it looks really bad. I remember I got thrown off on that turn so many times when I first tried to do this maze. Could never figure out where he was going. Off the mask for that. Well, no, I guess never mind. I was thinking there was a series of jumps that was actually harder with the bunny hood on than off, but I guess that wasn't it. Nice, there we go. Thanks, it wasn't worth it. Even though I did it in one try and didn't really mess up too badly, aside from the first third of it, which thankfully is a little bit more forgiving. It still wasn't worth it. So what else can I get besides Donjero's, Romani's? There's got to be one I'm not thinking of. Well, no, because I have to blow up the thing with the powder keg first, so I can't do that anyway. I'm trying to think if I can do anything else that doesn't require heart pieces after the water's cleared. And the only other thing that's coming to mind is the shooting gallery. But you don't even have to have the swamp cleared to do that. It's nearby. You can get a bottle. What do you get the bottle for? The second bottle? I know in the remake you get it from the shooting the witch's targets, but it's a piece of heart in the original game. I'm trying to remember what... See, the thing is, I don't remember where very many of the bottles are. I know you get one from this, you get one from... if you have the cafe quest. I'll probably do that all in one sitting. I forgot you could do that part that early. I'll probably pass on that. I'm glad you reminded me of that, though, because I would have totally forgotten that there was a bottle in that section. I don't think you can do this during... Yes, you can? I thought you couldn't do this during nighttime. Okay, well, let's take a crack at it. If it gives me the piece of heart first, no big deal, because I can get 2 and I'll still stay at 3 hearts. But we'll see. I know they give me 2 rounds to hit all these guys, so I'm okay on that front. Nice, got it in 1 try. Beautiful. I'm not bad at the swamp one, and again, I think the clock one's harder, but I was not expecting to do that in 1 try after not doing this for a long time. Can't get it in 1 go, or originally I just want the postman hat. Well, I mean, the postman hat's to choose for a piece of heart, so I'll be alright anyway. Oh, you're right, yeah, you can't do that until the Romani thing. Okay, then never mind. Well, there's the 40 quiver. That was the easy one, mind you. At least in my opinion. Some people probably think the swamp one's harder. I don't. I think the Clock Town one is infinitely harder. Which is why I'm going to ignore my own judgment and go do it now. I might have to switch it to the next day, because I don't think this one's available during night, but that's fine. Even if I don't get the clock one in 1 try, I'm impressed enough that I managed to do that in 1 try. And again, it's not difficult, but it has been a while since I've done it, so it's been at least over a year. And again, I'm pretty sure this one's locked during... No, it's not either. Really? I could have sworn these were locked during nighttime. I thought at least one of them was. Alright, well, if you say so. This one's more memory than it is fire like mad. The problem is, I don't remember if the 40 gets you the quiver or if it's the 50. Yeah, that's true. I can get the big bomb bag. $50 is hard. Okay. I'm gonna try for it anyway, but I doubt I'll get it. Really, the fact I got the first 27 without messing up is impressive for me. That's easily the hardest one to hit right there, is the 5. Booyah! I'm proud of that. That was beautiful. I can't believe I got that in 1 try either. Harmless guy's gonna be really angry that I got both of those in 1 try. He spent so many days trying to get... Oh, nice! Right when it closed, too. Even better. Even better. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so that's the quivers and one of the bomb bags. So, we're good on that. Trying to think if there's anything else. I can go and get the 100 rupees to get me to 200 and then buy the big bomb bag. But I'm trying to think if there's anything here that I need to do. I won't have to do all the shuffling around of the title deeds, thankfully, because normally that gets you all the way to 4 pieces of heart and a huge rupee. Is there anything else? I can't believe I caught that on the first try and then it closed. I had one try to pull that off before I had to set it to day 2, and I actually got it. That is unbelievable. That may have actually been dictated by the fact that I KO'd the boss before night 1 as well. Also, I didn't mean to hit down, but there goes the thing. I don't know why it splits into 2 separate cutscenes there, but it does. Alright. Oh, is it on the left? I could have sworn it was on the right. Freaking Enos, get out of here. He almost got me there. The 50 bomb bag, Donjero mask, Goron mask, obviously, Lens of Truth. Also, I guess I didn't think about it. You don't actually technically need bombs to get through this area if you've got the blast mask. You could use that. Like so. Forgot about that. Take that off and let it reset. I thought that would be bombs. I thought I didn't have the map for Mountain. I thought I was missing it for Mountain and Canyon. Did I grab it and not realize it? Knowing me, it's entirely possible I did. Okay, first things first. Oh yeah, see, now the map's gone, so yeah, I must have forgotten it. That's fine, though. Surprised I counted that. Alright, cool. The thing, though, is if I have to choose between the big bomb bag and the map for the mountain, I'm gonna take the big bomb bag. I don't really need the map. It's almost like it's an advantage to know where you're going and not need a map. But I mean, if PvG Hardcore has taught us anything, it's that who needs a map? Or these Wolfos. I mean, really, just run past them. They're more trouble than they're worth. Even though I think you can still beat them with the jump attack on their tail. I think it still one-shots them. Hi. Oh, no, you do need to have to go on for that. My mistake. I thought it was the Deku. That's how you trade the title deed. Alright, so I need to go to here. I need to go to Lens of Truth. I always forget what you're supposed to do first, because for some reason my brain always tells me the Lens of the Truth. The Lens of Truth is not the first thing you're supposed to do here, but it is. This might actually be the section that you want to jump without using the bunny hood. It might be this, because these are ice platforms. Yeah, I think it's this. I swear it was something inside a dungeon, though, that you weren't supposed to... Wow, good jump. I'm impressed it gave that to me. Sweet. Thanks. Oh yeah, and there are bombs in here. They give you a ton of bombs in this first patch of grass. Probably to blow up the rocks, because there's a 50 rupee in there somewhere. There's like a 50, a 20, and the other one has a spider behind it or nothing behind it. I know I'm about to get an upgrade, but I might as well grab them, right? Better to have it, not need it. It's funny, with how weirdly angled these things are, you think it'd be a lot harder to navigate over them when you can't use the lens of truth, but for whatever reason, it's actually not that bad. Alright. I'm actually curious for how long. How long have I been streaming? Smash Bros, if you're still there, can you type in !uptime into the chat? That will show me how long I've been streaming for, because I'm actually kind of curious to see how long I've been playing. It doesn't feel like I've been playing that long. That might just be because it's been a while since I played, and I was eager to play it again, though. So, could be me. But I can't see my clock, so... 2 hours, 34 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I would have thought a little bit longer than that. Thank you for doing that, by the way. I appreciate it. And granted, the first 10 minutes of that was me setting stuff up, so... Since this is the first time I've used this chat style. I'm glad it works, though. That's really nice that it is. That means I won't have to be glancing at my iPad every couple seconds. It's a lot easier to read it this way. Plus, it actually stays on screen, too, so everything gets archived. That'll be a really nice inclusion for when I continue the coin flip run. Oh, right, I forgot to go and like, interact with them again. You run up that cliffside with no luck whatsoever. Show who's boss. Alright, come on. I'm not about to waste my magic going after this guy, though. Because the only time you actually have to get his attention is whenever he's going, like, starting in a new area or when he's about to fade into another one. Dude? I was gonna say, is he coming? Just kind of hanging out there? Having a good time? Okay, I don't even want to know what is going on over there, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Yeah, that's probably also the other reason, is because when you go into a new area, it takes off the lens of truth. Thankfully. Alright. If I remember correctly, the path is right, left, right. I don't know what it is about games, always making the right path be usually the correct one on your first way. But, I mean, that's usually what they do. There we go. I remember the first time I did that, I almost ran out of magic. Granted, I didn't know what I was doing at all, so really that's on me. Oh, right, I just need to play the song. Yeah, you're dead, I'm sorry, dude. How infuriating. That would probably be my first words if I turned into a ghost. To be like, well, that was infuriating. Because knowing my luck, it probably died in a really stupid way. Or probably will, rather. Yes, I probably died in a stupid way. I'm speaking to you right now as a ghost. That's clearly how this works. I feel like this is probably the saddest cutscene in the game right here. Some people will probably say it's the Zora one, or maybe one of the ones with the Skull Kid. I think it's this one, though. And that's probably because, like, this is, like, him trying to save his village, and the other one's, like, you know, Macau trying to save his girlfriend or save his girlfriend's family. And it's probably because, like, it's more expected of you to take care of your family, whether you're a guy or a girl. Like, that's kind of the natural inclination. But to take care of an entire village, like, it might be people you don't even get along with in that group or community or city or whatever it is. And yet you're still going to try to save all of them. That's probably why it's more, profound, I guess. Thanks for the mask. It looks really derpy, though. I'm sorry, the Goron mask looks super derpy. Now, I'm trying to remember what you need the spring water for. Oh, right, to thaw them out. Okay. I was going to say, is it required, or am I doing this for a piece of art? No, I don't want to read. Techniques for battle. Really, the Goron's a bit awkward to use in battle, is probably the best way to say it. I think of all the forms most suited for battle, it's probably the default form, followed by Zora. And even then, Zora's a little bit awkward to control. Alright, let's pop this. Oh, you know what? I could have gotten a second bottle, but it wasn't the one you were thinking of. It was, the one in the graveyard. I had the bow and arrow so I could go... Well, no, never mind. I don't have Epona, unless there's some way you can glitch it, which I'm sure there is, but... That might have been the other bottle I was thinking that I could get earlier than I did. But yeah, no, you still have to do the same thing for that one as well. Because I usually have 4 bottles or 3 bottles. And it's usually the one I have now, the one that you get from winning the Goron race, and the one that I just mentioned in the graveyard. And those are typically the 3 that I have with me when going to do the, going the wrong way here. When going to do the quest where you have to get all the Zora eggs in the Pirate's Fortress, and also in the deep part of the bay, where you have to kill the eels. Just be a little bit faster this way. I hope I did that close enough. For whatever reason, I can never get the depth perception on that ice very well. And if you mess it up, you will get stunned by it and frozen for a second. Wait, how'd I get knocked down to 1 heart? How'd that happen? What? I don't suppose there's, like, anything behind, Whoa! Hello, camera. I was just there. I doubt this is anything important. Yeah, I didn't think so. That was weird. Why did it play like the da-na-na-na instead of the rupee noise? Oh, yeah, that was the only thing in here. Alright, well, that's kind of lame. That makes me feel kind of dumb for just hucking away the fairy and then getting sent to low health. But whatever, that was my own fault. I forgot how much damage those wolves did. Holy cow. Oh, wait, I think I have to talk to the kid first. Because that's how he finds out, is, like, you tell him that, his son's crying because he misses him. But you have to have the Goron mask to do that first, because you can't get in there otherwise. You see what I mean about the order throwing me off a lot of the time. For whatever reason, I just don't remember the order of things to do. I always remember what to do, but I can never remember the order of things to do precisely in this area for some reason. Oh yes, this! I'm sure everyone remembers this with a very fond memory, the crying child. And if you haven't seen it before, you can probably associate that memory with any time that you've been on, I don't know, a plane, in a restaurant, etc., where there's been a crying child. Hi. Alright, that activates that. I'm pretty sure I can find a heart or something in here. Let's see if I can. If nothing else, to stop the beeping on top of the kid crying. Like, one's bad enough by itself. We really don't need both. That didn't hit the pillar, but whatever you say, game. Your hot spring water cooled, now it's playing on spring water. I don't remember the time limit on that. It must be like 3 minutes. Didn't seem like a very long timer. Which makes sense, because, you know, otherwise it'd be too easy. No heart. Come on, there's gotta be a heart in here. Really? Nothing? Not a single heart, really? This is all just magic, if I remember correctly. Or a bunch of sticks and some magic, sure. Well, I'm going to buy that bomb bag, so really I can't afford to just buy the potion either, so that's a bit of a downer. Oh well, let's get out of here. This is driving me nuts. And since we're here and I just talked about it, what's up? Yeah, I'll take it. Max bombs, max arrows. Take that, Ocarina of Time. It would have taken way longer to get both of those. Whoa. That was weird. Uh-oh. Yep, that was bad. Oh, that didn't take away a heart? Really? That should have killed me right there. That should have been a game over. Not that I'm complaining, but it should have been a game over. And you know the other problem too is I don't think it saves the... Oh no, it does. Okay, cool. I thought it wouldn't. I thought that was going to be iced over again and I'd have to go all the way back up there. Plop. Oh, thank goodness. The infernal beeping is gone. Also, I'm glad that that damage did not count against me, even though I had the heart. I appreciate you doing that, game. No, you're gonna talk to me. Thank the Lord, right? One of my favorite parts about doing the randomizer for Ocarina of Time was the option to turn that sound effect off. You can change it to other stuff that's less annoying, but you can also just turn it off completely. Which really the only downside to that is sometimes if you're not good about paying attention to your health. But if you've played like Diablo 2, you kind of just are constantly looking at it anyway, because it's very easy to die in that game if you're not paying attention to your health. Honestly, that's probably one of my most favorite PvG hardcore moments is in Diablo 2 when you hear the completionist be like, hey, alright, we're making pretty good progress, and then he just stops halfway through the sentence. It's like, we're making good PvG, what the hell happened to you, man? You almost died. And he's like, I did? It's so easy to not watch your health in that, and just, all of a sudden, you're just dead. And you're like, I thought I was at full, or nearly full. Also, yes, this guy is disgusting. You can see a little bit of side boob going on there in the corner. And if you didn't see it, don't go back to watch it. Like, you know, like, the saggy old man trope is, you know, saggy old men don't exactly look very flattering, and Gorons don't look very flattering. So when you combine the two together, really, you're not gonna get anything better. Two wrongs don't make a right in this instance. Alright. So we get the lullaby. Pretty much just go straight to the dungeon, I think. I don't think we're missing anything after that lullaby. Oh, the Donjero mask, yeah. Completely forgot about that. I did have it right the first time. Because I played it and it didn't do anything. I'm like, I thought that was red. It sounded right. And then I tried doing it the other way and it was wrong as well. I think it doesn't register your notes right away when you pull out the ocarina. So if you, like, pull it out, or, you know, whatever what instrument it is, if you pull it out and hit a button immediately, it doesn't register. I think that's what it is. Alright, that gets rid of the baby crying. Hallelujah. This is another song that sounds beautiful in the ocarina. I need to look up more, like, remixes of that song as well. I don't care for it on the drums, and it's probably because, you know, percussion's designed to lead other instruments, like, keep the beat, and so by itself it doesn't work very strongly. And that's probably why. That's probably also why the guitar and the woodwind, the ocarina, sound better, is because they're usually designed to be more prominent. You could put brass in there as well, but again, I don't like brass instruments. The only brass instrument I like is the saxophone, and that doesn't technically qualify as a brass instrument, so it is a woodwind based on the internals of it. You know, it's funny, I just now remembered you have to do a thing like this, a thing similar to this in Goron City in Ocarina of Time. And there we go. It's just instead of rotating the chandelier where you break part of it, it rotates the pot at the bottom, and you throw bombs in there to get the piece of heart. If you see me just, like, stop right before it switches to the spikes, that's because I'm not very good at controlling this thing at full speed. I can do it at half speed pretty well, but at full speed I'm not very good at controlling it, so that's why I'm doing that. You! Nope. Usually I have pretty bad luck with this thing. It usually takes 3 or 4 attempts to get the right one. Yay, all the way back down. Also, when doing this, it doesn't eat up your magic either, because this thing will very quickly deplete your magic. Not quite as bad as the Zora shield, but pretty close. Is it you? Nope. Whoa, hello. Pinball much? Is it you? Nope. I'm trying to remember, do you get Deku Stick upgrades in this game? Because I don't think you do, actually. I think you're locked in at 10 the entire game. Oh, that's why the torches were out. His crying put them out. That's hilarious. I thought it was something like they couldn't light the torches until somebody in power gave the go-ahead, and the kid wouldn't give the go-ahead because he was crying. Ah, that might have been the right one, too. It also could have been the wrong one, but who knows. I don't think there's any way to distinguish which one is correct and which one is wrong. Or which ones are wrong. Maybe one of the pots looks different. I have no idea. There we go. Well, at least it wasn't the last possible one. I'm still gonna take that magic, though. There we go. Alright, let's go get that mask. Even though we're not going to use it for anything, we might as well go get it. Jeez, we spent way too much time on that. Heck, we probably did the first half of the first dungeon faster than getting that thing. Something about him holding it above his head just looks so funny in this shot. Yeah, I'm gonna just ignore that wolf. No thanks. Oh look, another one. Let's ignore it as well. Namely because I don't want to take damage and get sent down to 1 heart where it's gonna start yelling at me again. With the game being like, oh hey, you're almost dead. You should probably do something about that. If there's a fairy on this screen, I'll get it and put it in a bottle, and then we won't have to worry about it. For the time being, though. Here, have some rock sirloin. Enjoy it. Man, what a pig. He eats faster than I do. And that's coming from someone who's eaten a large pizza in its entirety in under 12 minutes. Well, thanks for the mask. And I think that's everything up until starting the dungeon that we need to do. We can't craft the gilded sword until after it's beaten. He eats so much like a pig, he kills the frame rate. Nice. I love it. I'm gonna have to remember that one. That was good. But yeah, unless there's anything you guys can think of that I should or need to get before we start the dungeon, I think we're ready to go. If nothing else, while you guys are thinking of anything, if there is something, I can go up there and trigger the owl statue. I know there's a Scarecrow song up here, but all it leads to is a piece of heart, so I don't need to worry about that. Yeah, I couldn't get him to turn. He just wouldn't turn there. I was doing really well, too. You usually have a lot of problems on this section. Oh, don't do that while I'm doing this. Ah, come on. Oh, please. Oh, if it does it while I'm in the middle of a jump, that's going to be so aggravating. If it switches and just, like, causes me to immediately fall to my death. Okay, that also works, sure. I didn't know you could do that, but you know what? I'm not going to complain. I swear, if for some reason it warps me back down to where I was... Did it actually? Oh no, it didn't. I was gonna say, you have got to be kidding me. I didn't know you could run up the side of the wall like that on that one corner. I thought you had to make that jump. Like, the first one's easy enough to line up, but the second one, sometimes the Goron thing just doesn't work. I guess he should eat like a pig, though. For the Chinese Zodiac, it is the year of the pig, so... And I should know, since my Chinese Zodiac is a pig. Hooray for being born in 1995. I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but like nothing is coming to mind. All the Epona Romani stuff, that's done after this because you need the powder keg, but you have to do this to get the powder keg. Same thing with the graveyard. I don't think there's anything else important that we're missing. I think this is it. Also, please don't let me forget to turn in the stray fairies, because I probably will forget. Yeah, you know what? I've already shown off too much by taking that narrow pass. I'm not going to do it again. Right, that doesn't work, even if you shield. I always forget that. I think they actually want you to run up this, like, using the Goron thing, but, like, that's stupid. I've done it before because it's me, but I would not recommend trying it. Instead, let's just begin Snowhead, shall we? Yeah, I know. That's probably Goron's best move in terms of attacking, is that stomp. Alright, I don't think there's any reason to fight you. Locked door, iced up door. Gotta go this way. Spot. You can't get it from the front because there's fake wall, or there's invisible walls there. You can't see them, but they're there. Hence why they're invisible. It's almost like the definition of invisible means that you can't see it. I don't think there's anything here, but I'm gonna check anyway. Yeah. They probably just do that to pull a trick on you, because in the first dungeon there actually was a fairy and a set of 5 pots pretty early on. Of course, I'm gonna have to go fight the boss a second time here, because even if I got it done, like, even if I had the dungeon done now, you have to do it before Dawn of the Second Day starts, if you're gonna get the full sword upgrade. Alright, that's all in this room. Should be one here, just like hanging out on the left, along with the compass. Or the right, sorry, the compass is on the left. I don't need it, but I'll grab it anyway. The other one in this room is too high up, can't get it without fire arrow. At least not right now anyway. So I won't worry about it. There's a key in here, but again, need fire arrow to get it, so we won't worry about it. Welcome to Dungeon 3 without water. Because really, it does have like a giant room in the center, kind of like this. Well, let's start from ground zero. And apparently send the camera into a frenzy. Alright, there we go. Where is that switch? There it is. Down here. No other reason to come back down there unless you want to lower the pillar after you've made it go back up to where it normally was. So yellow or red? Oops, wrong button. Let's start with yellow, I guess? Because I actually don't remember what's behind yellow. Oh yeah, we can do this now. Sure. In fact, I think we're supposed to do this first, because this gives you a key. Or I could be full of it, and I'm completely wrong, but I think there's a key behind that thing of blocks. So pushing this into place spawns a chest in this room you can't get to till later that has a fairy in it. Or if you came back here at a later point with a hook shot, then you could just get it right now. But we're not going to worry about getting that for a little while. Key. Every time I get a key now, all I can do is think of the Luigi's Mansion jingle for getting a key, the little bump-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. The OG Luigi's Mansion, not Dark Moon. I don't care for Dark Moon, personally. I like the style it was in prior to that. Don't need anything here. Yep, that still works. That's good. This is the map or the compass, whichever one I didn't pick up already. I think it was the compass. I think the map was in the previous room. Correct. I didn't need to kill those guys, but I did want them out of here. Let's see if we can pull a double shot here. No, just one. Alright. Oops. Yeah, that was dumb. Alright. Set it down. Wind Waker has spoiled me on having to drop bombs with R instead of A. As in the old Zelda games, if you just weren't moving and then you pressed A, it would just drop it at your feet instead of throwing it, but Wind Waker does not do that. And as a result, I commonly make that mistake while playing for the first hour. At least after I have bombs. Or get bomb flowers. Either or. Alright, welcome to the room where you have to destroy a lot of stalactites. What? What are you doing? Be throwing bombs around willy-nilly. That's a good way to get somebody hurt, namely yourself. I know you don't have to destroy these, but I do want the rupees. Since I'm gonna have to pull them out for the sword later on anyway, if I don't get the ones in Clocktown. Which I probably will, but again, better to have them and not need them. Oh my gosh. I thought I was going to use the bunny hood and make it a little bit more effective, but yeah, now I'm jumping too far. My nose is driving me nuts. Oh, right, you can't make that from here. Duh! That was kind of the point of destroying the things we did. This room is just laden with money. You can get like, what, 75 rupees? Between the 3 reds and the 3 blues that are in here. Alright, before I do this, I'm gonna go take care of my nose real quick. So I'll mute my mic and be right back. we go. Alright, let's get back to it. Oh, much better. If you ever have problems with your nose hair driving you crazy, I would highly recommend investing in a trimmer, because I have, and it's like one of the best purchases I've ever made. I realize that sounds disgusting, but if it applies to you, it's worth the investment, trust me. Because good God, is it annoying. Especially during allergy season where it just gets amplified that much more. Oops. Okay, well that's coming back. Oops. Speaking of canceling that out, we were talking about that earlier. I think these are both magic. Yeah, they are. Also, that was the reason I jumped down there and killed the... Oh, why am I blanking on that? The little white snowball fluff things. And we're good. Cool. And this should be Wizrobe Fight 1 over there, if I remember correctly. For the time being, let's grab this fairy. Or that. Oh man, I've completely messed up the camera angle here. There we go. Got it back. Thank goodness, because those jumps are a little daunting with how small the target window is to land on the next little one block jump. Alright. I got the arrow set. Alright, let's go fight a Wizrobe. The first Wizrobe of many. There will be at least one more in the dungeon. He guards the boss key. Do you have to fight a Wizrobe in every dungeon from here on out? I'm not sure about the third one. The fourth one I know for a fact you do, but I'm not sure about the one here. Or the one in Dungeon 3. I don't think you do in 3. All I know is you fight him too many times. Like, 2 is okay, but after 2, like, you're pushing it. Heck, even if it's 2 in the same dungeon, I can kind of understand, but... I always forget you can check the compass. Because the compass will always show the red dot, which is the real one. Always gotta do it for dramatic effect. Plus, it just looks funny to just watch him, like, randomly float up into the air. Alright, there's the fire arrow. This is the part where I always get the order mixed up of what things I need to do next. Because it unlocks a lot. I think you actually want to start from the bottom, am I right? Do you start from the bottom? Actually, no, you don't? I don't think you do, actually. I think you start with getting that wall directly to our left. I think this is where you start. Because otherwise you can miss some of the stray fairies. Not like permanently, but where you have to go back and get them. if I'm wrong about this, then it shouldn't be that big a deal. But there's some you can only get while the pillar is down. That's locked. I don't have a key for it. And I don't think you can make, like, the insane jump from here. So yeah, it does look like you go back down to the bottom. Yeah, it looks like you go back down. Alright. Okay, so first things first. Go back to that room where the blocks were frozen and go get those. Unfreeze those and get one, and then jump across the next one. Oh, right, we can get the ones in blue as well. Blue. Trying to learn how to whistle. Here, I'll practice over here. It actually did take me a long time to learn how to properly whistle. It wasn't until I was like about 13 or 14 when I finally figured it out. Same thing with snapping my fingers. Alright, that's one of them. Oh no, wait, that's the key. What am I talking about? It's not the strafe area, that's a key. I even said it earlier when I came in here. I was like, there's a key in here, but not a strafe area. Aside from the two that I already picked up when I first came through. I appreciate them putting that box there to, like, stop you from going too far, but really, it's not that difficult to just let go of the button. Alright, key. That might have been what I forgot last time I played through here. I got all the fairies and then forgot to get that key while I was down here. So yellow. Yellow is this room. I'm not looking for this one, though. So it must be light blue, then. Yeah, it's gotta be light blue. That's the only possible one left. Yep. I had the wolf host reset. I totally forgot about that. Oh wait, go ahead and get those. You might as well. I'm less worried about me dying and more worried about hearing the stupid beeping noise when I get too low on health. That should tell you how many times I've played this game. Really, the first point of contention where you, like, might genuinely be in trouble of dying is the Georg boss fight. And I don't actually think Georg is that hard, but I know a lot of people think he is. But if he catches you in his mouth after you've damaged him, he will do a bunch of damage. And unless you went back outside the temple before doing the boss fight, you don't have the double defense at that point. Alright, that was 9. This is going to be 10. 11 and 12 are held by the Lasalfos. 13 is... Well, the last one I can think of is the one where you jump off the pillar when it's in the center and fall down to that one small area. 14 is one that's like hidden in the wall that you have to use an arrow plus the lens of truth plus the Great Fairy mask to get it. What is the last one that I don't remember? Oh right, it's in the green room. Okay, I know where they all are then. It's the room we're about to go into. Lighting all the torches does one thing and killing all the enemies does another. Oh, thanks for the arrows. I wasn't going, like, insanely low, but I appreciate it. Yeah, the enemies are what spawns it. Cool. So I actually know where they all are. I always feel like I'm going to forget one in here, and then I rarely actually do forget one. 11. There's the door. You actually get a lot of them before you hit the pillar. I thought you only got like 8. I was thinking about half, and no, it's closer to 2/3. Though I'm glad I remember where they all are before doing this. And that I got the key. Not having that key would have made this a pain. I think you actually are supposed to go all the way back up and use the key, but there's a workaround for it. Where you can, like, fall to a lower section if the pillar is up. And it's just a little bit easier to do that rather than messing with sending the pillar up and down and every which way. I was hoping for arrows. Oh well. Could go back around that way, but I'm lazy. That's not a fall that makes you take damage? Really? Could have sworn it was. Oh well. The funny thing is, I said I'm lazy, but I think this does in fact take more time. Oh well, we're good now. Shatter that glass. Second. First. 3. 4. It's cool to watch them actually dissolve since the first ones were just kind of behind the camera. This should be the room with all the snowmen guys. Yep. I think fire arrows one-shot them no matter how large they are. Ow. Yeah. If you kill them, they split into smaller ones if they're the big ones, like with the sword, but the fire arrows one-shot them. Which makes sense. I guess if you technically know where you're aiming, you don't need the Lens of Truth for this, but it helps, so... That's 12. Jump off a cliff for 13, 14, and 15 should be the Lasalfos in this hallway. Hi! Oh, you actually dodged that. Okay, I was more impressed by that. Yeah, that was my own fault. I walked into that one. See, that's what I should have done. If I was smart, I would have cornered him. There we go. Good thing these give you your health back. It might have been more than a heart, because I think I was down to 1 1/4 when I got the first one, and it brought me up to 3. Yeah, we can go and still get the boss key with no problem, but first... No, that's not the right one. Which one of these sections has... There it is. Probably don't need this, but I'll do it anyway. Yep, no problem. And there we go, that's all of them. Glad that staircase was going up, because if it had gone down, it would have looked really stupid just then. Just hearts and some magic. Well, normally hearts, in this case, rupees. So normally, if you did it the way the game would intend, you would have gotten here and it would have been like, hey, I got everything I need, except I don't have the boss key. How am I supposed to get it? That's what the Deku Flower's for. In case exactly that happens. Wizrobe, round 2. He's back and not even remotely harder than he was before. There's more spaces he can spawn, but again, if you have the compass, you know where he's going. Let's be real, this is probably the most important thing that the compass has for a feature of Majora's Mask. Is the ability to find this guy, so any remote work that Phase 2 would have had gets eliminated almost instantly. And to be fair, it wasn't that hard before, but, you know, it certainly wasn't on the one where there's only 4. Alright, hurry up. I'm already at the door. I know the rate's gonna slow down, but at the rate we're going, this actually wouldn't take that long. You know what? I might actually do like a quote-unquote speed run just to see how fast I can go. I mean, I'll finish this one. Not well, maybe tonight. I don't know. Maybe tonight. Maybe between like 2 or 3 recording sessions. See how long it is, and then maybe do another run, and then get a baseline idea of how fast I want to try to go. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go fight Got/Goat. I've always pronounced it Got, but I can see why people would say it's a goat, because it looks like one. Alright, here we go. I do find it hilarious that so much stuff is frozen in this temple, including the boss. Something about that's just really funny. Alright, here we go. Not that this boss is tough. He might do some damage, but he's no Georg. Though you do have to be careful. Like, it's easy to lose your health here, and it's a little bit easier to see that when playing a 3-heart run. But in terms of, like, he's so hard I can't beat him, no, he's not even close to that. Really, the key here is just don't take the ramps unless you need to damage him. Anybody who's ever played a racing game will tell you the longer you're in the air, the more you're gonna lose speed, so try to stay out of the air. Like, I probably should have tried to go for him there, but I didn't. I actually don't remember if damaging him with Link or damaging him with the Goron punches is better. I think it's the Goron punches based on that. He just went from, like, no electricity, and then he took one hit and started sparking in one section, and then another hit instead of sparking in the other. So I'm going to think the answer is yes, the Goron punches are the way to go. Yeah, that was more so to try and avoid the, homing blast. Excuse me, that wasn't close enough to me to damage me. Something about adding obstacles just seems a bit unorthodox. Well, not unorthodox. Over the top in this one. I thought I could knock it down at least. This is like, at first, it's like, oh no, there's pillars in the way. That will make it harder for you to hit him. And then, oh no, there's bombs in the way. Those will also make it harder for you to hit him. They just do the exact same thing. And he crashes into a wall because he's a dumbass. Also because he's been shorted out because he's mechanical. It's weird, you don't see many mechanical bosses in the older Zeldas, referring to, like, in terms of, like, when the game was made. Not very common. Usually it's just some kind of magic-based enemy, not technological. But anyway, that's 2 down. We get to zoom in on Link's blinking eyes for some reason, which is a little bit creepy. What exactly are all of you? They're giants. Yeah, see, because it sounds remotely close, it's like, Guardians! And then later on, they make the same noise, and it's like, help, our friend! It's just something that it's easy to associate when you get the sound and the words, even if they don't actually link up. Your mind creates it. And luckily, I did remember that I have all the stray fairies, so I will be getting the double magic. My stupid ass usually forgets it. Oh, and don't worry, that other guy that's been encased in ice for at least 2 days, which I'm pretty sure would kill somebody, is perfectly fine. I'm not a scientist, and I don't know how long somebody could survive being frozen in a block of ice. I know you've got the whole, like, cryogenic freezing that you've seen in, like, every sci-fi movie that ever exists now. But I mean, in terms of reality 2019, how long could you last being completely frozen in a block of ice? Not sure. Right originally. Alright. Going the wrong way. Actually, you know what? I'm here. Let's just buy the map. I'm here. We'll do it for completionist's sake. Hi. You've already met me technically, but it's fine. Alright, so that just leaves Canyon. Yeah, I won't steal the magic words that you invented. Even though Nintendo has already trademarked them, probably. I have no idea. I would assume they probably have. That actually worked and I didn't fall in the water. Wow, good job, me. Go up the side of the mountain like that, it'll be fine. Hey, Mr. Dude. You have fun over there. If you need me, I'll be going to get my double magic upgrade. Which, while not necessary for the Goron race, helps quite a bit. I think it's on this side. Yeah, there it is. You know what, let's let the Goron get the double magic. Why not? I don't think I let Deku Link get the first one, but we'll let Goron Link get this one. Welcome back, blue hair. Or blue hair? Green hair? Where did you get blue from? Link spin. Oh no, he doesn't spin around in this one. He just floats up in the air. That first one, he spins around like he just smoked his first cigarette. Instead, he's like, I'm the king of the world! Look at that beautiful arm span. So while I can't do the Gilded Sword thing yet, I think I can still do the authorization of powder kegs. Okay, I am doing that right, correct? Yeah, okay, just making sure. That was weird. Mountain Village would be faster, yeah. I just have to stop and think about the two warps that are in the same area. It would be kind of nice to have a third, but really they're not quite large enough to justify putting a third one in, so I think 2 is the appropriate amount. Now we actually go back to the village. We need to go talk to Adam to authorize us to use power bombs here. This place always looks so weird without all the snow and the white around. Like, it's back to semi-normal now. It just looks weird. Hi. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be busy reading that text while there's a live bomb with a ticking timer on it. Because I think that still can count against you in that cutscene, but I'm not 100% sure. Either way, why risk it? The timer on this is not very long. It seems like you should just be allowed to, you know, put out the fuse. Chuck some water on it now that all the ice is melted. I'm sure it can't be that hard to find. And then just reignite it whenever you're ready. I wonder what the actual time is on the powder, like how long you have to move it. I feel like it's about 2.5 minutes. Maybe 2:45. So I feel like I'm around the 1 minute 45 second mark with it currently. Or pretty close. Come on, pick it up. There you go. And I'm too lazy to wait, so... You're welcome. I remember one time, whenever I was standing in a specific spot, his character, because he was looking at Darmani, because I just stood there and waited, and he, like, ran sideways into that, into the racetrack. It looked real, because he was, like, running but looking at me at the same time. It looked really funny. That's what I think of every single time that I see that cutscene now. It's not like that's unusual, though. My dog does that, too. He'll just stare at you while you're moving around, and even as he's walking, he'll just keep staring at you. It's a little bit unnerving, to be honest. It's like a goat, but you know how goats kind of just stare into, stare into space, into nothingness, and just kind of look at everything even while they're moving? Kind of like that. Alright, I did it. I don't know why I took the mask off. That was dumb. Yay, you can use power bombs. Thanks. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate that. Alright, so now I'm going to go back in time and do that again. I'm trying to think if there's anything non-heart piece related that I can do now with the fire arrows and the Goron. I can do both of the spider houses. I can do the whole thing with Romani Ranch, which is probably what I'll do after I beat the boss. Forgot where I was going for a second there. Alright. Sounds so weird on the drums. So beat it on first day, do the whole thing with the sword, do all the Romani Ranch stuff, do the spider houses, because the spider house rewards are Mask of Truth and the adult wallet. And then we're ready for Ocean. I think that's all we need. Quickest way to the ocean through the west gate. Yeah, we're not gonna start there, but thank you, I appreciate it. The first thing, I don't remember if it's 100 rupees or 200 rupees to upgrade your sword the first time. Whoa, where are you going there? Easy on the accelerator there, Charlie. Reminds me of my dad's Toyota Tundra. The accelerator on that thing is like super jumpy. Except for a couple days ago when I was driving it, I had to pull it around back because I was at a funeral and we were, you know, like in part of the funeral march or proceeding or whatever you want to call it. And I'm so used to it doing that, and I like tapped on it very lightly and it wouldn't do it. Like it was really slow. Instead of being jumpy, it had the opposite problem. It was really bizarre. Never seen it have that problem before. I guess it is 10 years old now, though, because it's a 2009. My dad's is an 09, mine's an 03, my mom's is an 11, 12, somewhere in that range. Excuse me, Mr. Spider. I guess even if it is only even if it is only 100 rupees, I do need the other 50 for buying the powder keg. And I'm pretty sure it's only 100 to get the tempered sword, or whatever it's called. It's funny, because I think that's the sword in Soul Calibur 2, and it's called, the sword and the shield is called the Armos series. And the shield does look like the Armos shield, but the sword looks like the Gilded Sword. But they might be two separate entities, and I could be wrong on that. Oh well. Okay, maybe I'll just take the normal way. A little too clunky. Not enough space on the street to safely navigate. Hi. I don't know why you're doing business with Gorons all the way out here when, even if they came here for the carnival, there's a good chance that either A, they won't need any powder kegs for anything, which is the more likely of the two, and B, they might not be authorized to use them anyway, even if they did need to. Alright. Arrows. Like, I can get arrows when I go here. Beat the boss next, and then start tempering the sword. And this should give us bottle 2, and I can go get 3, I guess, now. Well, once I get a opponent, I can go get 3. And I get 4 from Romani, correct? She gives you 1 after you help her with the aliens. That sounds right. Yeah, I know there's something in the blizzard. There's something on the wing of the plane. Also, I know I should have slowed down time, but I'm not too worried about it in this 3-day cycle. I'm glad that snowball's just in midair. And he's dead, except not really. He must be more resilient than Darmani, since Darmani took that exact same fall and did not survive. Oops. Speaking of which, history repeats itself. I'll just walk it. It'll be easier. I guess the good news is from falling, though, I can get my arrows back up to a proper amount here. And I don't have that fairy in a bottle, so on the off chance I need it, I probably won't, but if I do. Outside of the final battle, I'm probably not going to carry more than 1 fairy with me at any given time. It'll probably be other things like green potion is the big one. Because I tend to run out of magic when fighting Georg or getting pretty close. I remember the first time I fought him in the gong show that was. I had 4 bottles and I put green potion in 2 of them. It might have been a 3-1 split in favor of green potions 3. But I had at least 2 green potions and 2 fairies, or 3 green potions and 1 fairy, and had like all the possible heart containers and heart pieces that I could have at that point. So I had something like 14 or 15 some odd hearts. Maybe not quite that many, but well over 10. And got the double defense before fighting him, and still walked out with only like 2 hearts remaining and all my stuff gone. And that was in the bottles. It was a gong show the first time I ever fought him. It was really bad. Alright, now we get to hear about ye who hold my remains. Yeah, I should have thought about doing that, but it was my first time playing. I should have bought the Chateau Romani. I typically use that for the final boss fight. And I'd wager it's fair to use it on the Twin Mold as well. Yep, let's go. To the boss lair. This is a feature I'm glad they kept in, like, with or without the time element. Like, being able to refight bosses is something Ocarina of Time would have benefited from. Which is why they put it in the 3DS remake, where you can do a boss rush type thing. Good shot. It's like you weren't even aiming. Probably because I wasn't, but the point still stands. It could have at least tried. Was like the textbook definition of a pot shot. Just pull out the bow and arrow and just fire randomly. Maybe you'll get him, maybe you won't. Alright. Here we go. Round 2. Whoa, Nelly, where are we going? Where did we come from? Where did we go? Oh, I thought I was going to get it right in time there, but no. Not sure how that qualified as a hit that could have knocked him down, but I'm not complaining. It really shouldn't have counted, though. That was lame, but okay. Point where he's throwing bombs. Yeah, he is. Okay, so he's pretty close to dead. See if we can get him right here. I do like how even if you get him while he's down, all of a sudden he just pops back up and then starts going crazy. Into the wall with ya. How you managed to get his remains when, you know, it's all buried under a layer of rock, I'm not sure, but it's fine. Don't think too hard on it. That was weird. When he hit the blue light, it, like, spun his model upside down, and then Link, whenever he transformed back into normal, just, like, walked in a circle. It was a bit odd. Yeah, I know I'm about to die. Fine, I'll go and get... I'll go and get B. That's what I'll get. I'll get a B. That's how I die, is by a B. Well, that's all just gonna be money. Fine, I'll deal with it. Well, no, I guess there's this. I was gonna say, surely there's gotta be something over here that's not. Not a single heart, really? Fine, I'll go and get the fairy from the whole thing. That seems like more effort than that should have been. But hey, the beeping's gone, and that's the important thing. Hi. Nice nipples. I'm sure that's great in cold weather. And it is 100 rupees. Yeah, here you go. Come back tomorrow morning. Alright, I'll think about it. I mean, of course I'm going to come back for my sword, but, you know, kind of want that. Alright, to the racetrack. This is probably also in the top 3 along with the shooting galleries for most frustrating for new time players, and in the drink. It was so cold they ripped off the rest of his clothes. Ugh. That sounds a bit unnerving. Oh. Duh, you can't put it on the slot with a Goron mask, silly. Wouldn't do much good there, would it? I think he actually does it for free. Because, like, you give him the gold dust, and he's like, wow, even if I use all this to reforge your sword, I'll have a little bit left, and he just keeps the rest of it, and so you don't have to pay anything for it. I think that's how it goes. I could be wrong on that, though. Alright, let's see if I can win this. Again, I could be wrong. I honestly don't remember. I remember this being a bit of a mess, though, because this is like, the AI rubber bands here worse than it does in F-Zero GX, and that's saying a lot. So someone who frequently plays GX, AI rubber bands pretty bad in that game. I I'm impressed it took them that long to catch up with me. I thought it was going to take much longer. I thought that was a Goron that exploded, but okay, that works too. This is also the annoying thing about the course, is there's a lot of sections where you can't go back to being the... go back to having the spikes until, you know, a decent section of the track is done. Camera had a seizure! I think somebody always falls off here too, which is funny. It's like one of the guys in last always falls. Get out of here! I think I got it. You jackass. You can actually punch them and they will flash red after the race is over. It's really funny. Alright, all things considered, I'm happy with how the rest, even if I do horrible for the rest of tonight, I'm happy with the fact I got the Goron race on the first try and both the shooting galleries on the first try. As far as I'm concerned, that's good enough. Let's see if I was right about the Gilded Sword. Yeah, skip. It was actually almost night of the first day as it was, but... Maybe I should start playing the song slower. I don't think the controller's registering it very well. It's not like an old controller or anything, it's like one of the black Smash Bros. Controllers. Not Ultimate, but the Smash 4 controllers. With the extension cord. Or not the extension cord, but the longer cord. Alright. I'm back. I kept you waiting, but it's done, see? That's like me every time that I do somebody's, like, writing commission, is it always takes longer than I think it will. And it's like, I kept you waiting, but it's done, so that's something. This is also why I don't make people pay until after I'm done with my work. So it's like, if I don't finish it, it's like, well, at least you didn't, you know, waste all your money or I have to give it back to you or anything like that. Yeah, he does do it for free. Cool. I'm glad I at least remembered that. So yeah, he just keeps the additional gold dust and, does it for free. Probably because the gold dust is worth more than 200 rupees, depending on how much is left and how valuable gold is in the Zelda universe. And we cut to final day. Get my sword. And then I think we're ready to reset to the next stuff we're doing Romani Ranch. Poor Link, he hasn't even seen his horse. It's been so long. Well, I guess it's only been about, like, what, 3 hours and 15 minutes, give or take. I freaking love this Gilded Sword. It looks so dang cool. I don't think there's anything I need to do that's not a heart piece in this area. And again, I probably don't need to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and deposit my money anyway. It's not like it's going to take me that much longer to throw an extra 60 rupees in the bank. There you go, that's like, what, 500-ish? 493? Yeah, pretty close. Alright, we got the upgraded sword, we got the ability to use power bombs. I will keep calling it that, by the way. So now we can actually get into Romani Ranch prior to Final Day. And because we're not going for the Piece of Heart, I don't have to do the doggy racetrack! Thank goodness. The first time I ever did the doggy racetrack, I got it right on the very first run, and since then it usually takes me upwards of half an hour. Well, I guess we don't really need to worry about time on this one, because you have to get there at 2, so we're going to be, you know, farting around for a while here anyway. And by farting around, I mean we'll probably go and get Red Potion and take it. Well, no, we can't even do that, because you don't have a pony yet. Ugh, jeez. So much stuff you can't do. Is there anything that I can do that you can think of while we're waiting for her to say, like, I'll be in the barn at 2? Because that's what we're about to go do, is that's the first day's objective. See if I can get the... It stunk so bad I fell through the floor. There we go! Hi. I'm back, but again, you don't remember me, so... And I think I unlocked the warp for Milk Road? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I totally did. Actually, you know what? We can use Epona, I think. I think it actually does let you use Epona prior to the whole doodad. Well, we'll find out, because we got a bunch of time here, so we'll find out when we get there. Yo, dude, you might want to move. I just love his reaction, like, oh god. Oh, there we go. Hey, as long as it's open to traffic, it's fine. That's me with, like, every job. It's like, well, it didn't get accomplished the way I thought it was going to, but as long as it works, it's fine. But yeah, if it does let us use Epona, then we can go hop the fences and do some of the stuff at Icona Graveyard, and also get the stone mask from the inconspicuous guy, or whatever his name is. Oh, I should have switched back to, like, regular Link here. He has, like, this big, huge smile on his face whenever he runs up to Epona here. Because, like, he finally sees somebody that he actually knows from the land of Hyrule instead of Termina. Hi, I'm Romani. I was given the same name as the ranch. What's your name? I won't say my name. No, I'll say my name. I'll be nice. But she'll call you Grasshopper regardless. Now we get to hear about aliens. So something more interesting than the actual aliens about this game is what's called the Red Star Theory, and I'm willing to bet most people have probably heard this. There's a red star that you can spot in Termina Field if you look up during the night of the first day. And it's speculated that this actually is the aliens, not Mars, because the red star disappears right when the invasion occurs at 2 o'clock in the morning on the next day. So now that that cutscene's done, you're a boy, won't you try it? What, so I can only be an assistant if I'm a boy? Somebody might get offended. You need to be careful what you say, little lady. There we go. Done. That was probably like, what, 30 seconds? 40 seconds? Eh. Good enough. Never seen the dialogue of her getting kidnapped before. Really, the dialogue of her getting kidnapped isn't what's creepy. It's the fact that, like, she stares off if you come back, you know, like, after she's gotten kidnapped and you come back to the farm later. Is she'll just stare off into space. But even creepier than that is occasionally she'll just, like, clutch her head and just start shaking super violently like she's recalling a really horrible memory. It's kind of disturbing, actually. Which either justifies that basically she was assaulted, raped, vandalized, whatever you want to call it, or it was something so bad she blocked it from memory, or they messed with her memory and erased it. Alright, so they do give you Epona song, so I'm going to assume that I probably have the go-ahead to use Epona. So I'm going to go and buy a red potion from the store and go help the inconspicuous guy, because I don't want to forget that, because I usually do. I think Shiro is his name? S-H-I-R-O? He actually does have a name, because it writes it down in the bomber's notebook. But we can do that. I'm not going to do the spider house, that'll take too long. Well, it won't take too long, but I'm not a big fan of the spider houses, and I'd rather just do them both at the same time, so... It's one of those things I just kind of prefer to get out of the way, both at once. Outside of the Ikana section, the spider houses are probably my least favorite. Not because I hate spiders either, they're just not that interesting. I don't remember if you can help Shiro, Inconspicuous Soldier. I don't remember if you can only help him during the day or not, so I'm not gonna run that risk. I am just gonna go ahead and help him during the first day and then switch it to night. God, this makes running around Termina Field so much faster. Oh, I thought you could just run through those. Alright, no, I guess not. Where's my horse? Where's my horse? Where's my goddamn horse? Sorry for swearing, but it just fits so perfectly. I can't even take credit for that. I remember seeing it somewhere else. Also, yeah, those things do no damage to you while you're on the horse, so don't worry about that. There we go. I just, like, totally brain lapsed there for a second. That was weird. Hi. Yeah, I can help you out. Here. Sure, no problem. Well worth it for the stone mask. It's probably outside of the bunny hood the most... Hey, I was right, it was Shiro. Outside of the bunny hood, the stone mask is probably the most useful non-transformation mask. Oops. What are you doing? Get out of here. I thought I heard one of my alerts go off. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. If somebody did just follow, then thank you for the follow. So is he dead or... I think it's because he was wearing the stone mask. Is the reason that they give, and so since he's wearing it, he doesn't stand out at all. He might be dead, though, I don't know, because he is in Ikana Canyon by himself, and, you know, he's a Hyrule soldier, so he's not exactly tough, as none of them are. I like to theorize because they're all parallels of each other, like, you know, Romani and Malin are parallels of each other from Termina/Hyrule. I like to theorize he's parallel to the guy you find in Hyrule Castletown after Ganondorf has run off after Zelda, and he tells you, like, whatever you do, you must get whatever Zelda was trying to give you, and then they die. I think that's his parallel. That's just a theory, though. A game theory. No, that's just my own theory. That's what I speculate it to be. Why was I trying to play the Requiem of Spirit? What? Dude, you've got serious... Not only do you not have that song, that's not even the right game. What a weird song to pull out of my hat. Requiem of Spirit? Like, okay. You say so. Switch off of that mode. There we go. At some point he tries to pull a Bowser on you here where he just like flies in the air and tries to land on you. Okay, come on now. There we go. Like, of all things to die to first, even though it would be a death because I'd be using a fairy, like Captain Kita? Really? This is another really pretty scene that, like, when you kind of know the thematic elements behind it, it's a really nice scene. Like, the whole scene of the soldiers that are loyal even in death, till the war's ended is a great line. But, like, the idea of a soldier being so loyal to his king and country that even though he's dead, he's still guarding the world. And he won't take leave until, he won't stop doing that until he's told, you can stop doing that. Even though he knows the war's over, he still does it. So I guess you could theorize playing the Sonata of Awakening as, like, his awakening to the reality that not only his life is over, but the war is over as well. You can tell I'm a humanities major by going over all the thematic elements, but I think they're cool. Yes, I know I almost died. Thanks for reminding me, game. Get a really beautiful scene followed by a really annoying sound effect. Oh well. Captain's hat. Goes 100 soldiers for allegiance to symbol of authority. And more importantly, we can get our hearts back here. So the night we want to skip is the second night. The first night gives you the Song of Storms, and the third night gives you a bottle and a big Poe, technically, but really the Song of Storms, we might as well pick it up now. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. That silly mask off. There we go. What's up, my dudes? Open the grave, please. Hey, what up? So with a bunch of bats in it? Yeah, here it is. Hello, bats. Despite the fact I'm murdering you all, I would like you to know that bats are in fact my friends. I think bats are adorable in real life. If I had the space for one, I'd love to own a pet bat, but they require a lot of space to be able to move around. They also poop everywhere. And that should just be 50 rupes. I'll take it anyway, though. That's not what I was trying to equip. There we go. Alright, now I gotta be pretty careful, because... yeah... Oh, I thought that damaged me. I'm like, that didn't count. Screw you. Yeah, Yeah, drop some hearts for me, why don't you? Waka 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 waka. Is it time for Act 1 of the play, mayhaps? Hey, Luigi! How's it going? Or, sorry, Flat. Well, I mean, I guess, you know, at 2000, at that point in time, Luigi's character was rather flat, so I guess that would make sense. Ye who do not fear the dead. I should have let that line play. It's a really good line. The thunder that strikes is my anger. I think it has again here on the grave, though. I don't remember if you have to have your ocarina out for this or not, but... No, just I'll target it. The 1,000 years of raindrops summoned by my song or my tears. The thunder that strikes the earth is my anger. It's such a beautiful song. Like, this is bar none. As much as I love the Song of Healing, this is my favorite song in the Zelda series. And not just, like, the entire series. Like, for me, this beats Dragon Roost. It beats Song of Healing. It beats, you know, like, Hyrule Field from Twilight Princess. It beats, Lanayru Desert from Skyward Sword. I did not just do a spin attack there, but if you say so. And I think that was pretty much the only thing I wanted to do up till waiting for Romani. It was just that. Do I need money for anything, like, in this 3-day cycle? I don't think I do. Because the second day is just guarding the wagon. That's not what I was gonna try to do, but okay. Besides the spider house, because the spider houses are gonna take too long for me to, like, I can slow down time, but I might as well just do them both at once. I think we got on arrows, correct? So I got 100 roops after getting the one that's in the hay bale here. There it is. Also, if you ever need a hiding spot in Majora's Mask, just stay here and shield. They'll never find you. So how's it going, everybody? Now that we're sitting here waiting again, first it was on the bomb bag lady, and now it's on Malin. Though this time it's going to be a little bit longer since we're waiting until 2 and not midnight. To hang out with the cows and this chicken that doesn't know what he's doing. I'm pretty sure you can play a Epona song for them and get some milk. Just the same as you could prior. That's not the right song. Let's try that again. Or I could hit down by accident and play it anyway. Play the Song of Healing for that cow. It's had a really hard day. It's because the notes descend on both of them. The left, right, down, and then the up, left, right. That was why I got them confused. Nice music. It reminds me of the pasture. Well, thank you. In a 3-heart run, that's actually a pretty vital item, since it's basically a full heal that you can use twice. Let's open a box of pizza that's half eaten by me that I ordered earlier. In case anyone's curious, it's Canadian bacon, sausage, and extra cheese. But the real kicker is, instead of using tomato sauce, I usually order it with ranch sauce instead. And it's actually pretty dang good with ranch. I'm not big on ranch at all as ranch dressing. Not big on it. But on pizza, it actually works pretty well. Not so much as a dipping sauce, but it being the actual sauce of it. If you get like heartburn really easily, or if you eat a lot of junk food and drink a lot of sodas and you have it really bad, it's a lot better to use that than tomato sauce, because it will not annoy your stomach near as much. Because the first time I tried it with Alfredo sauce, because that was what one of my friends ordered. And it was good, but I have my own, like, account at a different pizza place that has, you know, rewards and whatnot. And they don't do Alfredo sauce, but they do ranch. I'm like, well, it's worth a try to do ranch. And yeah, it was worth it. It's pretty dang good. I wonder if you can pick a chicken up and then shield, if it just drops it. Yeah, it does. Terrorize that poor chicken. That'll teach you who's boss. Malin, wake up! Sorry, Romani, wake up! See, this is the downside to going to bed early. How to befriend a horse. You mount it. That's how you befriend a horse. That's not going to be taken out of context at all. Yeah, she probably went to bed early since she had to wake up for this. She probably went to bed at like 7. I mean, if you go to bed at 7 and you wake up at 2, at least you're getting, you know, like 7 hours. It's almost time. You take care of things outside. If you have a map, da-da-da-da. I think you have to speak to her from the inside first, though, before she does the thing. Whoa, the door just... How did I not notice that before? The door, like, it changed into a completely different door. Alright. Can I... They came. That's nasty. So really, there's 2 ways to play this. You can either play this normal speed or slow speed. If you play at slow speed, it's infinitely easier, obviously. But if you play it at fast speed, it also ends quicker. So you kind of have to hedge your bets on how confident you are at keeping the hiccups. How confident you are at keeping the aliens away. Also, if you line up the glare perfectly, then you'll make the shot 100% of the time. Also, the dog will bark to let you know, like, hey, this one alien's getting really close, you should stop him. Dude, shoot it. There you go. That made a kind of eerie sound. Probably because he was so up close. There we go, nice. I was about to say, I think it ends at like 5:20 on the clock or something like that. It's not quite 6. Because that's when her sister wakes up, so she gotta get to bed before. I might actually show the scene, since you haven't seen it before, Smash Bros. After I go through this cycle, I might just show it again and just show you what happens if you fail, or if you fast forward to on the second day and don't do anything. Because I don't think she being Romani, I don't think she herself actually says anything. But her sister's like, I don't know what's going on with my sister, it's freaking out, like, I should have believed her, that type of thing. Smash salesman alive or dead, or even human to begin with. Probably not human, I don't know, I feel like he's somewhere between alive and dead. There's like a ride, sure. All I know is that in terms of characters being alive or dead, apparently I have a penchant for characters that don't really exist. Because 2 of my 3 favorite Zeldas are characters that don't exist, which is this game. Technically, it's in a parallel world, quote unquote, so they don't exist, quote unquote. And then Link's Awakening is another one where, like, the whole island was just a dream. The whole Koholint Island was a dream in Link's mind, in theory. Stop the ghost. Well, she already did stop. Well, I stopped the ghosts. This whole cutscene here is, like, super weird. It's so awkward. Like, she talks to Link, and Link does not say anything, because that's what he does. She's like, hey, what are the townsfolk saying about the moon? And then just nothing. It's like, oh, I have a friend named Andrew. Her wedding is the day after tomorrow. Says nothing. It's just so weird. Gotta love that silent protagonist syndrome. Boy, get your bow ready. Just beat the 3DS remake. Nice! I do have it somewhere around here, I just don't know where. Actually, no, I think I lent it to my cousin, because he owns Ocarina on Virtual Console, which for reference's sake, that's what we're playing this on right now, is Virtual. But he didn't have Majora on Virtual Console, so I lent him the 3DS remake. I told him it's not as good, though, but again, my opinion. Really, if you could beat the alien thing, especially doing it on normal time, this should not be even remotely difficult since you have infinite arrows. Like, there's nothing to hit that will damage you, so you might as well just fire like a madman. I'm trying to remember how this minigame played on 3DS. This one in particular, where you have to stop the Gorman brothers. I don't understand what the hell is with these guys. They're just basically in this game, in the parallel version, they're a rival milk company, and so they're trying to stop the other milk company. Because Romani Ranch got blocked off by the boulder. Whether it was set by them or not, it's presumed it was. But their area was not blocked off, and so they could capitalize on the milk quota, even though their milk is watered down, according to the text. And so they basically, at that point, run a monopoly. They can charge as much money or as much rupees as they want for their product, because they know people will have to pay for it if they want it at whatever amount. But by the cart getting through, that shows that they don't run a monopoly anymore, and they can get it, from Romani Ranch again, who A, has better milk, and B, sells it for a better price, so that's why they try to stop them. And there's Romani's mask. And I think that's all for that cycle. I don't think there's anything else I have to do. because one of the spider houses anyway, in order to get the big wallet, you have to complete it by at latest before the second day starts, so I wouldn't be able to do that one anyway. That's the ocean one. If you don't get the big wallet, you get 20 rupees. If you've ever seen the remake of That Was Supposed to Be a Big Wallet, What? On YouTube, which I don't think it's up anymore, but let's just say a famous Let's Player did that back in the day and thought he was getting that wallet, and because he did it too late, he didn't get the wallet, and was not very happy about it, to say the least. $600 right on the nose. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have gone back to the graveyard on night of the final day to get the bottle. That was dumb. Should have gone to go get it. Nuts. Alright, as this is loading, give me a second here. Just checking the time, IRL. Honestly, I kind of do want to keep playing, so I think I'm going to. I will definitely stop before I get to, like, actually beginning Great Bay, because I don't want to go to bed at a halfway decent time, but I'm enjoying playing thus far, so I'm going to keep going. Not that I thought I wouldn't enjoy it. Alright, so we'll make a quick run to open the road to Romani Ranch. I'll fast forward to day 2 without saving Romani from the aliens. Show that off. We'll go to the graveyard and get the next bottle, and then I'll do the spider houses. And then we'll do some of the stuff pre-Great Bay Temple. Oh, right, that's one of the... That was the other bottle I forgot, is Racing with the Beavers. That's the other bottle. I could not for the life of me remember what it was. That's what it is. It's racing against the beavers. So, the Beaver Race, the Andrew Cafe quest, and the one in the graveyard. Those are the 3 that we're missing. So you can have 5 bottles going into Great Bay. Technically, I think you can get all 6 at that point. That's not the right door. Let's try that again. Which really, the 6 bottles are probably more necessary in terms of just collecting the eggs rather than needing... Hopefully you don't need that many fairies to survive Great Bay Temple. Alright, Milk Road. Let's go. I was about to say we can do the Gorman Brothers race, but... Well, no, we can do that right now. I think. Don't you just need Epona for that? You need Epona and money. I think I can do that. Grab some arrows. By the time I get back, I'll already exploded though. Yep, sure enough. Actually, yeah, let's go ahead and do the Gorman. Before I do the Gorman Brothers race, though, I am going to grab something to drink. So I can find where I put my other drink. Oh, never mind, it's right here. And it is almost empty, though. so you can actually get into Iconic Canyon pretty early. The only problem is you need a, Epona? Oh, there you are. The only problem is you need the ice arrows from Dungeon 3 to actually really get anywhere. I think he only charges 10. Yeah, 10. Which is a lot cheaper than the Ocarina counterpart where you have to wager 50 to get Epona herself. And honestly, I think the one in Ocarina is a harder race than this is. This one is just like, keep up with them until the end, and then use all your carrots to get over the gates, and then you win. The other one, you actually kind of have to wait for them to take an outside turn, and then just push them out of the way of it. And then once they're out of the way of it, you just stop moving, or don't use your carrots and just let them kind of ride your butt to make it sound as inappropriate as possible. There you go. $49.94. Nice little palindrome there. I love that noise. I've been thinking about doing a raid. Like, if I get raided, I've been thinking about what to do for, like, a countermeasures type thing. And I think I should put that sound effect in there, that it sounds so funny. Alright, so now we got the Gyro Mask. Hey, still need somebody for shooting? I even brought my own horse. Except not really. Now I am going to go ahead and skip the part where she gets captured because it's kind of not that cool. Basically what happens is if the aliens get to the barn, it will just show a black screen and like the alien-esque light sucking a cow up into the air and then sucking her up into the air while she just squirms around. It doesn't really look that spectacular. Just imagine how that would look with these graphics and you have a pretty good idea of how it would look. So we'll skip that and move to the aftermath. Ah, much better. Alright. Trying to show up again after the third day. Let's see if her sister's around, though. No. Oh, she's probably milking a cow out back, but let's see if she's up here. Plus, nobody really comes up here these days, and now that you know where everything is in Majora's Mask thanks to the internet, so you don't really get to see what their upstairs looks like. Because there's no reason to go up there. So if that's the case on day 2, she's probably like, I don't know where my sister went, I'm really worried about her. She should be, like, out here somewhere milking a cow, I think. Oh, there's Romani. Yeah, she won't say anything to you. She's completely spaced out. So again, let's see if we can find her sister. She looks stoned out of her. Yeah, she looks like she is definitely just smoked a joint for her first time and is reaping the lack of benefits. Maybe her sister's in here? I swear she was out milking a cow. Yeah, here she is. So yeah, she's all freaked out about her sister now. Get out of here. Oh, I'm sorry. Right now I'm thinking a little. My little sister. She. What should we do? Our precious cows. If I thought it would come to this, then Romani said I should have. Yeah. So she basically realizes that her sister said that she was, you know, practicing with a bow to help protect from the monsters. She was actually right, obviously. And so now she's realized that because Romani by herself failed, probably because she wasn't actually out there helping, but what do I know? But because Romani failed, yeah, we'll just go straight to Milk Road, I guess. All the cows got taken away, her mind's been, you know, warped, or she's took a hit of acid, I don't know. So now her sister's acting weird, the cows are gone, she's basically in a pretty bad situation. But since we already saved them in one timeline canonically, you know, we're all good there. Because the canonical ending to Majora's Mask is basically that there's a crap ton of Links just roaming around Terminus. And so everything you fix, no matter what timeline it's in, like how many times you reset, in the canonical timeline, quote-unquote, everything got fixed. Because Link was basically able to be in 2 places at once. Or 3, or 5, or whatever. Oh, right, we're going to Canyon. Took me a minute to remember that. So what else do you get from this besides the Poe and the final bottle? I think that's it. Oops, I didn't want to play that. I wanted to play... There we go. Hi, Epona. Way to run through that explosion like a pro. Now, the thing I don't remember about doing the puzzle on day 3 of this, I genuinely do not remember this. I don't remember if the glowing spots... Yes, I'm going to wait for those to go away. I don't remember if the glowing spots are random or fixed. I want to say they're random. And, like, because you have to lead Dampé around to getting the right spots and digging it up, and 3 of them have the flames. And once you get all 3, that's how you get the big Poe summon. Oops. Almost played the regular Song of Time, and that would have sent us back to day 1. Also, since I'm not 100% sure to let you do it and bring him back to the bottom area. If you speak to Dampé while wearing the captain's hat, it might also count for the Gyarados mask or the Gibdo mask. He'll freak out and like run around the graveyard and then go back into his house. But that said, I don't know if he'll appear in the 3rd grave area that you dig up if you do that. This is final day. Also, if you ever want a really creepy message, if your mind is really good about subconscious, or not subconsciously, but if your mind's really good about making up a story about what could happen just from text alone and it getting cut off, then I'd recommend you try this little trick. When you get to Night of the Final Day, and I'm going to go ahead and play Inverted Song of Time before I do this, because I do want time to be able to beat the big Poe and bring it back. Unless I already inverted time. Oh, I did already invert time. Okay, then no. If you try playing the Song of Double Time after you're on Night of the Final Day, cannot proceed any further through time. Ugh, creepy. Like, even if you didn't already know about the whole apocalyptic nature of Majora's Mask, like, if you had the ability to keep moving through time, and you, like, you know, you were able to do it as many times as you wanted, and then you tried doing it again, and it was like, you literally can't go any further through time. It's not because your ability stopped working, it's for a different reason. Like, that reason would basically make you think the end of the world. And it just, ugh, so creepy. Alright, let's take that silly mask off. Alright, first and foremost, I know there's a wall master in here, so I'm going to kill him. Because he and I are not friends. Well, we're kind of friends in this one. I don't actually mind how they look in this game, but in Wind Waker, they're freaking terrifying. Yo, Dompy, how's it going? Sure, I'll give you a hand. I don't know why you came down here if you can't see in the dark very well and didn't bring a lantern or anything. That just seems like a bad, you know, it seemed like it was a pretty poor plan to begin with. Alright, there's one. Okay, we'll go here. No, this can't go any faster, in case you're wondering. If you go too far and it untargets him, because he's too far away, it'll just make him run off in a random direction. Well, not run, but he'll start walking another way. 2 for 2. Can we make it a trip? Can we do trips? I think it is random, though, because I think I've had one time where 2 of the 3 flames were on an area where you have to make them go up, so I think it is random. Can we do 3 for 3? Nah, I didn't think so. That would have been cool, though. Really, the fact we got 2 in a row on the first 2 tries is pretty impressive in and of itself. Dompy? Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. It's like, buddy, friend, amigo, compadre, compadre. Well, I'm thinking about it. Hey! I think there's like 7 or 8 spots it can be, and it's 3 of those. So the fact we only got 1 wrong is kind of impressive. Yeah, usually the best way to beat this guy, not that he's difficult, is just to kind of get back to the center. Wait for him. Whenever he turns invisible, he'll just be right behind you. He'll spin, just shield it, arrow, rinse, lather, repeat, really. You thought the Wizrobe was pathetic. I think you found a challenger for the most pathetic mini-boss, if you can even call it that. I think he's gonna have one more arrow, and then that'll be the end of him. Yep, there he goes. I was hoping I'd be able to catch him right when the thing landed, but oh well. Come here, you. Well, I thought that was going to take a lot longer, but it didn't, so... Actually, I don't know if it'll let me return the flow of time to normal in here, but oh well. Because the Curiosity Shop doesn't open until 10, and that's where you have to sell this to make the big bucks. There's bottle number 4? 4. Almost said 5. So what hats are we missing? We're missing Postman's hat, Keaton mask. Well, Keaton mask is here. Postman's hat, All Night mask. That's obviously the Giant's mask, Zora mask, Fierce Deity. Well, Gibdo is one. Blanking on what these three are, though. I'm trying to remember. Shoot, what are they? Yeah, genuinely don't remember what these are. Oh well, they'll come up. That's weird that I can't remember them. I'm pretty good about remembering the masks in this game, even though my memory in general is bad. It's pretty good about that. I ain't seen nothing and I don't know nothing. That good, I guess? I don't know. This game's weird. Alright, flow time's been returned to normal. Pretty much the only thing to do now is just cash in the Poe and cash in the rupees. And then it's time to go to the spider houses. Yay. See, that might be the thing I struggle with. I may actually not remember where all 30 spiders are in each. I'm probably liable to forget 3 to 5 in each house. It's another thing I like it for the creep factor in this is it feels like the clock town gets more and more shades of red to it the closer you get to the inevitable destruction of it. I think this is 10, correct? Yeah, 10. Alright. Cool. In the meantime, I'm gonna go get something to drink while I wait for this. You know what? I'm too lazy to mute my mic. I'll just get up. Alright, what'd I miss? Wow, nothing. Shocker. That would've been funny if I'd come back just to see, like, the flames just rising up as Majora's Mask fades into the background and the game over. That does remind me of a funny story to tell, though. Forgot I had to turn that off because the Curiosity Shop dude will get distracted by it. I might try selling the fairy as well, but he probably won't pay much for it. Anyway, back to the story. Speaking of fire and death and destruction, went to a convention, I guess, four-ish years ago. We'll go with 4. I think it might have been a little bit longer than that, which is really sad. I wish I could go to cons more frequently. I really wish I do. Really wish I could, rather. I'm gonna have to, like, just bite the bullet price-wise sometime and just do it. Because, like, every con I've been to, I've had a blast, but the only problem is, I don't work full-time right now. I wish I could, and I wish I could make more money from this, but I've gotten at least a paycheck thanks to you guys donating bits and whatnot, so that part's been really cool. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to check the bargain. I want to sell. Yeah, I don't want the bomb bag. Sell. But went to a convention and brought Mario Party 7 with me. No, that's all I can give you right now. I'll come back in a second. And so brought it with me, and we were playing that, and for those of you that don't know, there's Bowser events that periodically happen every 5 turns throughout the game. And so we started playing, and we got to a point where it got to the last set of it got to the last Bowser event, and we're like, oh, there's an event, like there's a panel, something that we wanted to go to, and so we left it on that screen. We come back later, and the cleaning staff has gone by, because, you know, all the sheets are made and what have you. But what made it funny is the room number that we were in was 666, so basically, thinking about it in retrospect, what happened was, these ladies, gentlemen, combination, I don't know, you know, could have been a series of people, could have been one person, I'm not sure, walked in room 666, and the first thing that they heard was, like, demonic music playing, and they just see a bunch of flames and a giant turtle dragon on the screen of the TV. So, I'm sure that was a little bit frightening for them, or at the very least, it was pretty funny to us. I really do want to go to another convention. Like, I'd almost... you know, it's horrible to say this, because you should never do this, but I would almost be tempted to just, like, straight up take out a loan, like, tomorrow, in order to be able to go to a convention this year. And I know that's, like, a horrible financial decision, but, like, they're honestly that wonderful to go to, and I'm the least extroverted person in the world. No, wait, that's not it. Right, A down. Like, I am not extroverted at all. Well, hardly at all. If you've done the Myers-Briggs and, like, seen how introverted and extroverted you are, I'm 91% introverted. I do not, well, I do fine in crowds, but, like, I do better conversationally in one-on-one chats or stuff like this, where it's mostly me speaking, because if there's, like, 5 or 6 people that are speaking, unless it's completely quiet and somebody, like, asks for my opinion, or I think I have a really good point to make up, I probably won't talk at all. Not because I get anxiety or anything, it's just like, well, I don't think I have anything in particular that's, you know, important to add at this point in time. But every con that I've been to have had an absolute ball. They've all been, like, everybody that I've met, all the vendors, all the staff, all the security, they have all been super, super nice. And I know there's one convention that I don't know if they're still selling passes for, maybe they are, I'm not sure, that I really want to go to, and it's going to be the last year. This year will be the last year that they do it. After this, they're not going to be doing it anymore, which really sucks. Because it's the same, like, style of convention that I wanted to go to, but it's in, like, the northeastern part of the United States, and I live in Texas, which means driving for a long time or flying. And thankfully I don't have a fear of flying, but flying is still expensive, because, you know, of course it is. What all do I need in here? I think I need magic beans for one of the houses, but I'm not 100% sure about that. That being said, I definitely need arrows and bombs, so I'm going to grab those. I think you can do it without the magic bean. If you have the bunny hood, you can make a jump for it. But I'm going to grab magic beans anyway. But yeah, the convention in question is, like, so much farther away than the ones that I normally go to, which are just in-state. And typically for Texas, they're going to be in the DFW, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. If not, they'll be in Austin. But I have a friend that lives in Dallas, so I can just crash there if I go. And I don't have a problem with driving through big cities, but I usually try to bring at least one person with me to navigate while I drive. Because I do like driving, but I also agree that, especially in crowded areas, your eyes should probably be on the road, even if you are trying to focus on... I should probably grab a little bit more supplies. Your eyes should be on the road, even if you're trying to consult a map, you should probably have someone just do it for you. And as for Google Maps, anybody that's used it knows that it is not, you know, 100% accurate. It's just not. There wasn't crap for actual things in there that I wanted. Like, I know it'd be well outside my budget range to go, but just the fact that it won't happen again, like, at this point, it pretty much is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and that's why I would consider going, is because, like, it does mean that much. But at the same time, since I'm going to be moving within probably the next year or so, I figure out, like, finances for moving, finances for internet, electricity, water, and all that, like, it's hard to justify it, but man, would it be nice to go. Are we on bombs and arrows? 2550? Yeah, that should probably be fine. Alright. Let's go get some magic beans. I don't think we need anything for the ocean one outside of fire arrows. Yeah, I don't think we need anything outside of fire arrows. And then for the other one, you have to open it with fire arrows or a Deku stick, but really, I would recommend challenging both of these in the same cycle. Hook shot, long shot. Bad habit. Ocarina of Time habit. Since there's an upgrade in that one, but there's no upgrade for it here, you just have it and it's yours. I'm also used to calling it hook shot from other games like Link to the Past, where it always is the hook shot. It might only be the hook shot in this game. They may not call it long shot. Not sure. I think you have to be Deku for this. Correct? Yeah! I'm probably overkilling this, and I probably don't even actually need these, but I'm gonna buy 2. I don't think I need any, but in case I'm wrong, I've got them. Also, quick trick to navigating the swamp way faster. No, I was not trying to talk to you. Go away. Go away. Well, first I should get rid of that guy. I don't know if this will actually work since the swamp water's poisoned. But as a Goron and a Zora, you're tall enough to stand in the water and not have to bounce around on it or swim in it like Link. I don't know if the poison will affect me or not, though. Let's find out. Yeah, it will. Okay. Alright, then I'm not going to do it that way. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. That can still help me by getting past jumping across lily pads through most of this, though. Oop, that is not what I wanted to do. Well, it worked. That's the important thing, it works. And I guess I'll grab these, because why not? Get out of here. Still not quite as cool as, you know, killing him with a boat, but still fun. Get to pull in Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Even though I've never seen The Little Mermaid, I have seen that death scene, and it's actually kind of cool for something called The Little Mermaid. No, I didn't want to play that. Keep going. Apparently, if it's got little in the title, it's going to be better than you expect. Unless it's Stuart Little, then it's going to be almost exactly what you expect in terms of quality. Which is not great, but not horrible either. At least for the first... How many Stuart Little movies did they make? I only saw the first one, but as far as I remember, it was nothing to write home about. In fact, I have forgotten everything about it. Plot, characters, everything other than the fact, you know, Stuart Little's in it. Alright, let's see how well I remember Swamp Spider House. So the way this works is there's 30 Skulltulas that are hidden around. Ooh, I might actually need the long shot to do this. Do I need the long shot to do this? Was that what you were referring to when you said long shot? Do I actually need it to complete this? I don't remember if I do or not. I don't think I do. Because there's like beehives and stuff on the ceiling that you have to shoot down, but you can do it with arrows. Oh, hi. So I might be okay, but I don't think I can reach all the tokens, actually. Oh, that was cool. I actually don't think I can, because there's some that are... Yeah, I don't think I can do this yet, actually. You know what that means? I'm fine here? Okay. I don't think I can do the other one, though. That's the problem. I know there's one in one of these pots. There he is. Too bad there's no way to tell when you've cleared them all out of a room. Oh, no, I don't have those. Yeah, you need bugs on that wall. And then one over here, and I think there's one up on the top section as well. Oh, let's start with the left, I guess. Good a plan as any. There you little menace. Oh yeah, that's true. The noise stops. Yeah, forget about that. Glad I checked. I thought there was only one in a box. That is just a plant. I know where one of them is in this room. He's on top of this little thing in the center. So I'm gonna shoot him in the butt with an arrow. And hop over and try to get it. So I can reach it from here. Yeah, I should be able to reach it. Hey, you! Oh, you can actually stand on this. I thought it'd make you slide off. Cool. Gee, I wonder where that one could be. Oh, yeah, see, that might be a problem. How am I gonna get that? Like, I can kill him, but... How do I get the token? That's the problem. And he is the last one in this room, but... Yeah, I don't think there's any way to get that token. Unless I can pull off, like, a crazy jump or something. Ground pound? Maybe? Worth a try. Though I might do that to try to knock him off the wall, so I'll leave and come back, and I think that brings him back to life. Since I didn't collect the token. Yeah, he is alive. This does work in a part of the ocean spider house, though, so it's worth a try. Wrong one. No. Maybe you do need the hook shot. The only thing I can think is that you might be able to pull off like a weird angled jump. I don't even know where he is, I just know he's down there. I don't want to target that. Stand on the box. Yeah, I'll try that in a second. I'm going to try rolling to it here first. This probably won't work, but it's worth a try. Oh, that was close, though. No, that's much too high. I'm not going to be able to reach that. Yeah, I think I need the hook shot to do this. Yeah, that's not even going to be close. Unless... Hold on, I got an idea. It's not a good idea, but I have an idea. What if by some miracle the magic bean spot actually takes you up there where he is? Speaking of long shot, we're going to try a very long shot here, but it might just work. If not, well, I was going to lose the beans anyway when I reset, so no big deal. Link, just plant it in the ground, hun. It's right there. There you go. That's a good boy. Could have also played the Song of Storms, but, you know, doesn't really matter which. Yeah, that's what it is. That's why I needed to buy the beans. I knew it was in the back of my head somewhere. And it's probably from a guide I read on Zelda Dungeon that's basically saying you can use the hook shot, long shot, but if you don't, you need magic beans for this. That's what it was. That's why it was locked in my head. The problem is I think it said you need 3, and I bought 2. So I hope I'm wrong there. Well, now I know what that bean spot was for. Well, it's everything in here. Now we're up here. That one you need bugs for. Oh, hi. How'd I get to you? Oh, duh. Right, away with you. I was wondering why this middle platform was here and that it seems stupid that you couldn't just make it across the first time. It's so you can get here with this. In retrospect, I probably should have figured that out long before now. And I know there's one in here, but again, I need bugs to get that guy. So we'll come back to those later. I know there's a couple in beehives up here. Nope. There's one. I know there's 2, though. Bees? I didn't want bees. Alright, let's ignore the bees for now and try finding the actual thing I'm looking for. Nothing. Well, then by process of elimination, it's you! Sure enough. I think the last one has one as well. Let me check them all to make sure. Fine, I will wake this thing up. I think you have to be a Deku to play this, but I'm not 100% sure. Regardless, let's not take that chance. I know there's one behind that fake wall right there. Yo, get out of there. Now that he's realized he's late for a very important date. Take that. I think that's how you get to the Skulltula there, is that large one. The yellow plant. should be good enough. I hope. Because I think he's the last one in this room. Oh, I was going to say, I was clearly touching that. Come on now. No, there is another one in here, but, more importantly... Crud, he got away. Well, there's a bit of a trick to getting bugs in this game. If you dump out bugs, it'll spawn 3 of them, and you can catch one of them, and there'll still be 2 more running around. So you can get another one like this. Okay, now that that's taken care of. Really, I'm just putting other stuff here so I won't make a mistake. I'm willing to bet he probably was in this pot and it just wouldn't let me hit it. Yep, sure enough, he was. Yeah, I don't hear any more in here, so I think we're good. Don't break them all. You never know. Back for you in a little bit. That's one. I think there's one more in one of these beehives. Well, clearly not that one. You? Nope. Well, then it's probably you. Nope, none. Okay, well, that's fine then. I hear another one besides the one I killed, but... Oh, there he is. I see him. You jackass. What do you think you're doing down there? Look at that. Alright, so 21's in this room. 22, 3, and 4 are the bugs. There's like 4 in this room that we're about to go into. Also, I gotta get out of this room and get some more water. Well, wait. Yeah, I might as well grab it. I was gonna say I could play the Song of Storms, but I don't remember if it works inside of the spider houses, is the problem. And since it's right here, we might as well grab it. So I'm going to assume that this will take me to the token, because if you've got... I don't actually think you even need the bunny hood. But if you have the bunny hood, or you can roll, you can just make that jump like that. So you can get into that room, you just can't get the token. Alright, bean. Water. Plant. Alright. Surprised I got that in the first swing. I think there's only 2 of them in the grass around here, but I'm gonna check everything anyway. There's 2. assume it's just those. And then, if I can hit the tree... There we go. It's a bit hard to aim on that one. Oh, right, these things do a full heart of damage. Of course, that's nothing. If you're going through the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time Master Quest, if you get hit by one of those, you're going to lose 2 out of your 3 maximum hearts. It's very easy to die to them as a result. Alright, cool. That's all 30. Because that's 27, and I know where the other 3 are. The other 3 are in the bug panels. And those are all in the center room. So I actually had exactly enough magic beans. I thought I was going to need 3, but I only needed 2. Cool. I got lucky there. I could have sworn from a long time ago, I remember the guy saying you needed 3 sets of magic beans if you didn't have the hook shot. Ready, steady, bug. I feel bad for these bugs, like releasing them to go into a hole in the wall. I'm assuming they're getting attracted by scent. Like it's, you know, sending out some sort of scent to attract, like that the bugs think is attracting a mate or finding food or something, and then they just get eaten, presumably, by that. Alright, let's go get that last one. Though I'm very sure I can't do the second house without the hook shot. Because some of them are like up in really tight alcoves, and there's no way to get to them without the hook shot, I'm pretty sure. They could be doing that too, I guess that's fair. They could be kicking the Skulltula's ass and just sending it out on its merry little way. Yeah, it's across the way. I guess this was one of the masks on the list that I forgot when I was listing off which ones we didn't have, was the Mask of Truth. Completely slipped my mind on that one. I'm still drawing a complete and total blank on what the other ones are, though. We did it! We broke the curse! Hi. Thanks. Really, in this game, all this is good for, outside of getting hints in the final area, is the doggy racetrack. Okay, so let me see if I can actually figure this out, because it's bothering me. Postman's hat, All Might mask, Keaton mask, Giant mask, Fierce Deity mask, Zora mask, Gebdo's mask. What are these last 2? Oh, one's the circus leader's mask. What's the other one? Yeah, I can't remember what that last one is. Yeah, it's not coming to mind. Oh well. Well, since I can't do the ocean one, wedding. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're totally right. It's the couple's mask. That's why I don't remember, is because it takes forever to get, and it's only good for 1 piece of heart. That's what it is. Yeah, you're totally right. Couple's mask. So at this point, I say we head to ocean. I don't think there's anything else that I can really do currently. I guess I could have gone to Milk Road, that might have been a little bit faster. But I don't think there's anything else I can do outside of Ocean right now, outside of part of the Anju Cafe quest. Everything else I need to do is in Ocean, including the Spider House, but I can't do the Spider House right now anyway. forgot the wedding mask of all things. But again, its only purpose is to stop the guards and the townspeople from arguing in the mayor's office. And then afterwards, he's like, man, I really am glad you did that. Yes, that was me opening a Coke, not passing gas. It's like, man, I'm glad you really did that. Adults fight over really stupid things sometimes, can confirm. And so he just gives you a piece of heart as thanks, and that's it. It's a shame, all that work for the mask, and it's just, it's used once and not ever again. Alright, let's head on out. I personally love the ocean, even though I live nowhere close to it. I might live in Texas, but I live in the Panhandle, so the Gulf of Mexico is about an 8 to 10 hour drive, depending on how fast you're going. But I absolutely adore the ocean, I adore swimming. I'm gonna start with Tingle, because I think he sells the canyon map here, and I might as well grab it and finish that up. And then I'll go get Zora Mask. Plus, I also wanted to get this, so... Where are you? Man, destroy that sound quality right there. That was beautiful. Yo, Tingle! How's it going up there? Pretty sure that fall would have broken both your legs. But, you know, no mind to say. Stone Tower. Thanks. Alright. Yeah, we'll get you to shore. No worries, dude. I feel like as a Zora, you're probably safer in the water, but whatever. Thank goodness it's not too picky on when you actually hit shore. It has a little bit of grace and being like, oh, well, you know, Link's standing up in the water now, so he should be able to as well. Because he's like twice his height. And down he goes. If you're really that exhausted, I don't imagine you'd be able to walk that far, but whatever. What do I know? Let's skip his little guitar solo and just, kill him. And by kill him, I mean basically let him find peace. If you've ever spoken to anybody, like, right before they died, or, like, you know, been in that situation, like, a lot of people will tell you whenever they're, like, around their loved ones, is the last thing that they'll hear typically from that person is, like, it's okay to let go. And so that's kind of what this song is, in a way. It's like, some people will just hang on for as long as they can because they know they don't want to let friends, family down, but if their friends and family are like, you know, like, it's okay, it's time for you to go, then they can accept it a little bit easier. And the whole band's there with him too. And of course, you know, the Zora has to be the guitarist because clearly the electric guitar is always the most important part of the band. It's not the singer, it's not the drummer, it's not anybody playing the keyboard. It's always the guy on the electric guitar, always. To be fair, I know most people that aren't musicians that are my age, there are a fair few people that think the bass guitar and the electric guitar are the exact same thing. Which, by the way, they're not. They're not even close. Just because they're both stringed instruments do not mean they're one and the same. That'd be like saying the banjo is the same thing as the harp. It's just not true. Just because the actual instruments look similar, they're like, oh, they must be the same. No, that's not how that works. I don't know that much about music, but even I know that's wrong. I wish I knew more about music. That's probably something I'll dedicate time to when I have my own place and, you know, have some time, and more importantly, some quiet, too. I'll probably learn a little bit more about that whole, like, learning about what's not. Your father passed away from unknown cause. We think he had prostate cancer and throat cancer. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, I can relate to that all too well, because my mom's had cancer, and she's still alive, yes, but she's also had Crohn's disease for over 30 years, and it's miserable. Like, I can only imagine how bad it is, because I only see it from the outside, but... let's see, where do I want to start here? Probably with the... Well, no, I need the hook shot to get that, so I guess we'll go ahead and start with the Pirate Fortress. But yeah, there's a good chance it might have been the throat cancer. Prostate cancer, despite being cancer, actually typically is not as deadly. As doctors have often told me, most men die with it, but not from it. Meaning, you know, like, when you're older, there's a decent chance that you'll get it. Not, like, crazy high, but there's a decent chance you'll get it. But, you know, it won't be the factor that causes you to pass away. God, the swimming in this game just feels so freaking nice. Chill, it's fine, I got the stone mask, they can't see me. It's all good. As long as you stay underwater, they can't see you underwater at all, so... Just gonna be waiting for them to circle back around, I might as well grab this. It's gonna be 20 rupees, but why not? I don't think I've ever gone to grab this chest over here in the corner, but I'm willing to bet it is probably also 20 rupees. Yep. That was a safe bet, really. Yeah, nice try. I'm not falling for that. I was already playing a little bit careless, forgot I had only 3 hearts. One of my best friends growing up too, her mom had cancer, and it came back many, many times, like at least 5 that I know of, and it might be more. Let's get that. Camera? Thanks, appreciate that. I thought for a minute I didn't catch that in time, but I did. I always loved how this underwater section here looked. It looks really cool. No, I want you to go down there. There you go. Surgery that could be life-threatening in 2 weeks for her. Oh, gosh. Well, I hope that everything turns out okay. And trust me, I have been in that spot with my mom way too many times. Like, it's not a fun prospect. Not for a hernia specifically, but the life-threatening surgery. I've been in that position up until last year. I was in that position every year for 5 years in a row, so I know how that is. It's not easy. Well, that sounded weird underwater. Oh right, there's a chest name. I think again this is probably only 20 rupees, but I'll grab it anyway. 20 rupees. Whoop-de-doo! At least I can skip that little puzzle for the piece of heart. Oh, there it is. Not sure how you got turned over there, but okay. As long as it works, I don't care. Oh, that was dumb. Look before you leap. Or don't, I guess. Oh, it just cancels your momentum completely. That bites. I didn't know that. Ugh, that does sound pretty rough. Whoa. Fish almost got it. Yeah, usually weight-wise, I know you're referring to, like, specifically the hernia being 15 pounds, but usually my mom, weight-wise in general, has the opposite problem. For my mom, at least right now, the issue is, like, her pancreas has stopped working completely, which means her body does not process any fat that she eats. So, like, as disgusting as this is going to sound, like, if she ate a carrot or an apple wedge or anything like that, it would go through her digestive tract and come out looking exactly the same. Like, her body is not processing anything. But thankfully, she's found a doctor, since her old one is moving to, I think Los Angeles? Somewhere in California, I'm pretty sure it's LA. But she's meeting with another specialist now, so I know she's got a couple meetings that she's going through in the coming months. I really wish I could find a heart to get rid of the sound. And this time I'm not going to stupidly jump onto that bomb. I'm going to jump on that one instead. Or try to, apparently. Get in the door. Yeah, it was either take the hit and use the ferry, assuming I had one. I'm pretty sure I had one. No? Okay, I was like 100% sure I had a ferry, but I guess not. At least that stopped the beeping. I feel like that was worth it on its own. Why can't water controls ever be this nice? They're so much cleaner in this game. Like, how's it games, like, 10, 15 years after this could not figure out swimming mechanics like this? Like, even that leap out of the water, it just felt completely natural, felt nice, felt good. I don't understand how it's so hard for people to get the water mechanic down when making a game. Granted, I've never designed a 3D game. I know very little about game design. I mean, I know what elements to look for that are good and bad ideas. I know when to tell something's off and why. We talked about that a lot when we did Star Fox Adventures Blind. Well, my friend did, and I went over a lot of the game with her. But talking about how that game was designed to be Star Fox game last minute, and there's a lot of parts of that. When you know that, you're like, wow, that really shows. Even if you have not played Star Fox before, it really shows. Oh, I got that just in the nick of time. Someone liked your comment. If you didn't expect to have to lower or mute the audio, and Link has to call out, "Welcome to Chugga Conroy's channel. You must be new here." You know what? I do want to stay here. Yeah, I put that on his Phantom Hourglass thing. For those of you that have not played Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, since this is Zelda, I guess it's somewhat of a segue. There are parts of that game where you have to use the mic, where someone's like behind a wall, and you have to get their attention by being like, make some sort of sound. Which really, because it's the microphone on the original DS, you could probably just blow into the mic and it would register just fine. But the second that it said something like, you have to make a noise to get this person's attention, I was like, well, it's Chugga Conroy, and so I just like lowered the volume down as low as it would go, and even then it was still blaring into my mic when he screamed into it, and it cracked his voice really badly. But it was just funny. Like, I feel bad for anybody that's new to this channel and did not realize that if they give Chugga the opportunity to scream, he will take it. And this is the area where I'm glad I brought the stone mask. Oh god, I'm not going to remember the pattern for this. I always get this pattern wrong. Oh, this can be bad. But I'll try. Since I'm here... no, actually, I want to make sure that it's a full body shot. Because I've had issues with him counting the picture sometimes. Well, no, he's not... And, I mean, he might be an ass man, I don't know, but... That looks pretty good. We'll go with that. Dude, grab the ladder. Thank you. Good lord. And yeah, that's totally fair to be worried about your grandma. I lost two of my grandparents last year. They were on my dad's side, and I wasn't super close to them, but it's still not easy. I know it was a lot harder on him because he lost both of his parents within the same month, or within a month. They were technically two separate months, but within 30 days of each other, lost them both. As much as I give him shit, like, even I'm like, okay, that would have been like, I don't know how I would have been able to handle that even half as well as he did. Granted, he knew it was coming on, like, both his parents' sides, because his dad has heart troubles, and his mom was, like an alcoholic for 30 years before she quit. But, it still affects your body even then. And seeing as I had to go to a funeral for his side of the family on Monday, for his great uncle, which, granted, he was 91, so like, or almost 91, so, he hung in there for a pretty dang long time. He broke a vertebra in his neck that should have killed him on impact and then lasted almost another 2 full months, so he was one tough son of a gun. Yeah, make sure you butter up your soldiers about getting that wonderful treasure. After you make her feel bad, you gotta butter her up and make her all happy again. Here, I'll butter you up with this. Enjoy the bees! Even though those are technically hornets and not bees, who cares? The point still stands. I think if you try to go in there without disrupting the bees with the stone mask, I think the leader will be... She'll pull the whole "we're not fooled by that mask" thing and see you anyway. Whoa! That was weird. But pretty much at this point on my dad's side, we've had like so many people pass away that... Not counting like my dad's family, or my dad's family meaning me and my mom, the only people left on that side of the family are my dad and his brother, and that's it. And like their respective families, obviously, but Outside of his older brother, he is the oldest person on that side of the family that is still alive. Which was one of the reasons I quite literally had to go to the funeral, because there weren't enough people to carry the casket otherwise if we didn't go, because the people carrying it were my dad and his brother, obviously, which is the guy's nephews, and then me and my cousin, which are his great-nephews, and that's it. Those are the only men that can physically hold anything like a casket, and when my great uncle, which really I just call my uncle, passed away, like, he was only like 115 pounds, so he was pretty light, all things considered. Let's see, switching a bottle. Oh no, wait, I needed the Zora mask. This is that weird point, kind of like the Water Temple, the Water Temple in Ocarina, where you're basically juggling between 4 items, so it keeps making you go into the menu. In Ocarina of Time, it was the bombs, the bow and arrow, the ocarina, and the hook shot or long shot, depending on where you were. In this one, it's the Zora mask, the stone mask, a bottle, and the hook shot. Also, yes, it is called hook shot, not long shot. I kind of figured since long shot is supposed to be an upgraded variant or variant. Okay, so if I remember correctly, there's, because I wasn't paying attention to the dialogue, there's 4 eggs here now, and the other 3 are in the other part of the bay. Because normally I make 2 trips through here and I grab 2 on one run and 2 on the other. But I don't think I need to. I think I could just get all 4 while I'm here, provided I don't die. Hi. You can also shoot them with arrows for reference's sake, for anybody that didn't know, if you don't have the stone mask. I actually kind of like the orange and black. It looks pretty cool. I have no idea if these girls can do, like, the super attack like they can in Ocarina of Time, but if they can, probably best to not give them that chance. I would assume they probably can. Oh, thank goodness, that infernal beeping is finally gone. Sorry, I really don't want to deal with the desk bro. They're kind of obnoxious. There we go. Wrong button. There we go. Passway. Ooh, for being stabbed. That's slightly concerning. Though by far, I know the worst person I know that's died from any sort of non-natural cause. By far the worst one I know is one of my dad's best friend's cousins died by falling in a cotton gin, of all things, which sounds like a horrible way to go. Because that's basically, he got pureed, is what happened. Like, ugh. Like, that's something you'd see on, like, a Saw movie or something right there. Double kill. You'll have to forgive me on trying to remember where the heck I'm supposed to go in this place. I'm very bad at memorizing where you need to go in this segment. To be fair, I was not much better in Gerudo's Fortress, so that really shouldn't come as a shock. After playing Ocarina for how many years? Like, I'm only just now starting to figure out the pattern for Gerudo's Fortress. Much like Gerudo's Fortress, there always seems to be one spot that I miss here, but it's never the same one twice. Is this green or purple? It's purple, right? Nope, green. Oh, they actually don't take away that much health. They only take away a quarter for each hit. I was thinking they were going to take away a full heart each time they hit me. I mean, I'm not complaining, but I really was not expecting that, was not expecting that to be that easy. That sounds funny. I think he quite literally with water when he did. I mean, that is a little funny. It's funny now. Alright, Mr. Shellblade, I'm just gonna take that egg and be on my merry little way. Really, in a close quarter situation like that, the Shellblades are just, they're more trouble than they're worth. They really are. So am I right? Are there 4 eggs in the base and 3 out in the ocean, or is it vice versa? Are there only 3 here and 4 out there? I think there's 4 here, but I want to make 100% sure I'm right, because I'm pretty sure you have to fight one of those sword-wielding girls that wears purple, and I know she's pretty high up. Yeah, 4, okay, yeah. If I'm right, I need to turn around from where I am right now, and it's right. Yeah, right there. Alright, we're good. Hey, lady! What? What didn't it... There we go. That didn't even technically hit you, but whatever. No. Thought that barrel might be special. Guess not. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that funeral would most definitely be a closed casket. Here's 100 rupes. Or if you didn't have the mask, you could just hookshot across. Or shoot them with arrows and pick it up that way. Either one works. Well, any, I guess, not either. Wow, 2 hits. Good job. Yeah, it's weird that only one of them has the Descabron and the other 2 or the other 3 are all shell blades. Let me get that. Not gonna be busy fighting the shell blades in here. Too small of an area. I don't even like fighting them in Twilight Princess in the Water Temple because there's not enough room there either. Alright. That's all Pirate's Fortress done. Really genuinely surprised they did not think to stick a piece of heart in Pirate's Fortress. I feel like they should have. I mean, because, like, there's so many in this game. You start with 3 hearts, you get 4 heart containers from bosses, that's 7. So there's 13, multiply that by 4 for pieces of heart, and that's what, 52? So, like, there's room for a piece of heart in that fortress. I remember this was something that infuriated me too when I first played, was trying to get the eggs in here. I didn't realize you had to be kind of far back on top of the tank. Like, I just hopped up there and I was like, yeah, I'm close enough, I can just dump it out here, and it wouldn't let me, and I couldn't figure out why. And it's just because, well, that's how it works. You'd have to be near the back of the tank for it to work for some reason. These are also kind of luminescent like the Moon's Tear. Not quite as luminescent, but pretty close. We'll let this guy be a rebel and go hang out over here. All those other 3 are all confined together. We'll give him some breathing room. He's the loner. He's the black sheep of the family. That was a good freeze frame right there on Link. And I love how this water looks at night. It looks so beautiful. See, if I had my own place in, like, a pool, I would never get any proper sleep. I'd just be out swimming all night. It's just so much more peaceful at night when there's less noise. There we go. Oh, right, I don't need to talk to you. I need to do this. Yeah, he'll trade it for a pictograph of female pirates, because you need something to get your jollies off to. Near Pinnacle Rock. It sounds like a location of Super Mario Sunshine. I could get the bottle, but since I only need 3, I'm probably fine foregoing it. Yeah, exactly, to get his Jolly Rogers off. Alright, come on out. Surprised you fit in that bottle, dude. Also, kind of surprised you knew what my name was, even though I never told it to you. So what, is this just like the water version of Follow the Monkey here? Except it's a little bit more necessary. Actually, this is probably more closer to follow the spirit in the well, not the Desert Colossus, the Haunted Wasteland. That's one thing I never think I showed during the randomizer because I never streamed it. But I actually got forced in the randomizer of Ocarina of Time to learn how to do the Haunted Wasteland backwards without the guide, and it was weird. It was so weird. It felt really odd. It can be done, though. You watch somebody else do it, you're like, oh, there's no way you could actually know how to do that, or trial and error it. No, I actually figured it out, even me. Alright, there's one. Really, the key in making sure you don't accidentally go to the same place twice is just start from the bottom and go to the top, or start from the top and go to the bottom. These eels look so angry before they even pop out. Yeah, I think this one's empty. But if there's a heart in one of those pots, I will gladly take it. Nice. Or to choke the seahorse. Choke, yeah. Better to choke the horse than to choke the chicken. Oh, right. There's still enemies in there. I don't know why I thought there wasn't. I also don't know why he didn't damage me, but for some reason he did not. Maybe it's because I hit the electric barrier button, like, right as he did that. There we go. I think this one's empty as well. No, it's not. Okay, cool. If you're going for the piece of heart, you have to get all of these, so... I guess since you can't tell which ones they're in, because I think it is randomized in which ones the eggs are in, it is possible to accidentally get the piece of heart just by having poor luck. I'm just mostly going for the ones that I don't think have treasure chests in them, so the odds are more likely that they'll be in there. This should probably be magic then. No! I figured that rupee was supposed to be a heart, but since it was a full, it switched to a rupee. Guess not. Treasure. 20 rupees? 20 rupees. When in doubt, it's probably 20 rupees. Though if Link to the Past randomizer taught me anything, it's probably a bloopy. Well, really, it's no big deal if we get a piece of heart. It's still technically a 3-heart run. But I think we're down to a 50-50 guess here because this is the second to last eel. No, we're all good. We're in the clear. So since you just got done doing the 3DS version, I think this is one of the things that they changed that I'm glad they did. You can use your ocarina underwater if you're Zora, because if not, you have to go all the way back, which isn't really that long of a hike, but it still sucks. Oh, just don't talk to the seahorse. Yeah, I guess you could do that too. No, free make. Go away. Freaking updates on that is what's ruined me. Because I used to use it all the time, but... Because there's a lot of times on stuff like Camtasia, it won't accept certain video files that are pretty common, which is weird that it won't. But we used to use that converter, but now it leaves this giant watermark on the video, so I had to figure out another way to deal with it. There we go. I remember there being a weird trick to that where you had to, like, leave and you get warped out because of the maze, and then you'd have to turn around again and get out of there that way. So all we need to do really here is get the song and then get the bottle from the beaver racing, and I think we've gotten everything set up to do Great Bay. Really, a decent chunk of Great Bay doesn't have... Whoa, that climbing animation looked really bad. Dude, just open the bottle, please. Thank you, Lord. Busy showing it off to anybody that would hold still long enough to listen. Completely forgot where to go. Oh, right. Great Bay doesn't really have a lot in terms of, like, pieces of heart and stuff, just in general, but most of it does come from after you've beaten the area. Like doing the minigame with the guy that's out on the islands you have to jump to, that's afterwards. I mean, there's a couple heart pieces you can get here. You can get this one with a fish over here. You could get the one where you have to get a magic bean and then hook shot across after you play the Scarecrow song. You can get that one. The beaver one, obviously, because the beavers, if you re-race them again... Well, if you re-race them, not re-race them again. If you race them a second time after you've gotten the bottle, you can get the, piece of heart that way. The spider house for the ocean does have a piece of heart in it. What could it possibly mean? It's probably the New Wave Bossa Nova, if I had to guess. But that's a completely wild guess. Yeah, there's no way I could... Like, I'm looking at it right now, and I'm going, I won't remember that. I'll have to look it up later. It just does not stick in my head for some reason. Which is a shame, because I think if remixed the right way, it could be a really good song. There was a period in time where it kept getting stuck in my head. Oh, another piece of heart I thought about that you don't need for, you don't have to beat the temple for, is the one where, you let the band, basically let the band leader steal your song, where you play parts of it and then he combines it with the keyboard and goes, "I'm a genius, I just figured this thing out," even though he didn't actually figure it out at all. The main reason I remember that is because he's actually playing the game over music from Zelda 1 whenever you first go in there. So you learn the song as Link and then you jam out with the bass player, or you learn the song as Macau, the Zora, and then jam with the bass player as him. And then afterwards you play the full song as normal Link to him, and that's how he steals it and gives you a piece of heart to keep quiet about it. So the only thing left before Great Bay now is the bottle and the spider house. But if I do the spider house, I'm obviously going to reset back to Dawn of the First Day, because it's too close to Dawn of the Second Day to even try attempting that. I remember the ocean one in terms of like where the spiders are being a little bit easier, but really they're about the same difficulty. By the time that I'm done with the beaver race, though, it's probably going to be about either at or pretty dang close to Dawn of the Second Day. Oh yeah, and there's a piece of heart down there, too, at the bottom of the waterfall. Forgot about that one. I feel like the ocean stuff, like the ocean area, should have more in it. I wish it did, anyway. Maybe that's just me. I think it's probably coming out off of the mountain area where so much changes after you've beaten the boss that I just expect there to be more, and there's not. Sounds more like a bee with that noise it's making rather than a... beaver. Maybe that's the joke. I just remember when I did the first video where I was racing these guys, because this was back before the infinite time limit for everyone was a thing. And it was where they started doing it, but you had to, like, earn it. You had to have, like, a certain amount of videos and subscribers and whatnot. Because initially it was a 10-minute time limit, and then it got boosted to 11. And I actually got all the requirements to get the infinite time limit probably about, like, 2 to 3 months before it got released to everybody. But back when it was only 11-minute time limit, pretty much racing these guys, because you race the little and the big brother twice if you're going for everything, took up pretty much an entire video, but I just remember the title of it being Psychedelic Beavers. I think it was like part 26, 36, not sure exactly what it was. I'm going to say it was probably 36. Because I did as much as I could before going on to other areas, so I probably had a fair bit of the game done at this point, like 60% or so. The only thing I didn't do as early as I could was the Andrew Cafe quest. I know for a fact that was the very last thing in the game that I did. Outside of getting, like, the piece of heart from the postman's hat and the couple's mask, you know, rewards for finishing those quests. Really, though, all 4 of these races are a complete and absolute joke. I do love you get that creepy shot of the moon, though, right there at the very end. I did it! Surprise, a wild beaver wearing an inner tube appeared, or a life ring. We can't just give you one. Alright, fine. Sure, I'll try. Don't fall behind. Yeah, I'll think about it. Oh no, now there's 5 more rings, but the course is exactly the same otherwise. I think the rings that were in the 20 stay in the same spot. They just add, like, some intermittent rings between, you know, spots where there's normally a large gap. Even when they kick the timer down 30 seconds, like, you'll still probably finish without even hitting the 10-second mark if you do it, you know, relatively normally. You might just barely clip the 110-second thing, but not by much. I wish I had the ability to swim like this. I'm basically saying I wish I was a merman at times. Actually, what I would really like, above all else, in terms of swimming, is to not get ear infections each time I go swimming. That would be nice. If I didn't have that problem, I'd be out in the water, like, as often as I could be. Yep, give me that bottle. Heck yeah. We underestimated you. Yeah, you don't say. Never would have guessed. Yeah, that's not gonna be enough time to clear the spider house. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and reset the time back to first day. After I put the money up, of course. Which, again, pretty sure I won't need it, but you never know. Really, once I cracked the 500, I was pretty much golden. The only thing I can think of that I'd even use 500 rupees on is the all-night mask. And even then, I'll just collect it for sake of collecting it, since the only thing that it does is give you 2 other pieces of heart. Have I really been streaming for 6 hours? It does not feel like that, but I guess it's past midnight, then. I have streamed for longer than that, though, because I did a 3-heart run of Ocarina of Time, and I did it from start to finish in one sitting, and it was just under 8 hours. It was like 7 hours, 43 minutes, so I know I've streamed for longer. It just doesn't feel like I've been streaming for that long. It feels like it's been about, not quite 4, roughly. Like, 3 hours, 45 minutes, 3 hours, 50 minutes. It does not feel like it's been over 6. And then also, when I did World of Light for Smash Ultimate when it first came out, I streamed it for 3 hours Friday night, 10 hours Saturday night, and 9 hours Sunday night. So 24 hours in 3 days. And I did finish it in that weekend. And I told my friend I finished it. He was like, "There's no way you finished it, you liar." I'm like, "No, I've got it on recording. I kept it on the archive page. I can prove it." I'm so glad I decided to make that archive page for all my streams. I'm impressed I got it updated in less than a week. I was really bad about not putting tags on the videos. I would just, like, upload them after I was done, because, like, I've been streaming for 6 hours, I'm going to bed. And so as a result, like, I would forget to put the tags in there, I would forget to put the description. And then lo and behold, I'm like, one day, I'm like, I'll just go ahead and fill in all the ones I need to, and then I realized it was, like, almost 100 videos I had to do that on. So I'm impressed I got it done in, like, 2.5, 3 days. And by 2.5 days, I mean, like, I sat down and did it in 2 afternoons, basically, so not a full day. But thankfully, it's all cut up. The only thing that I need to add on there is this when we're done. a couple other 3-heart runs. I know I've done one for... Like, in real life, I've done Majora's Mask, I've done Wind Waker, done Ocarina, and I think I did Twilight Princess once, but the only ones I've done on stream are this one and Ocarina. Yeah, he won't stop you if you're Goron or Zora. He just automatically assumes you're an adult, I guess, because you're tall? Question mark? Not sure why he does that. Really, I'm just coming out here for bombs and arrows and what have you. Some more magic would be nice, though. I would appreciate that. Maybe get a little bit more bombs. I don't think they're going to be that big a deal, though. I don't exactly remember bombs being a vital component of clearing the spider house. In fact, I don't think you need much of anything outside of the long shot, or the hook shot. And I guess the captain's hat if you're... Excuse me, can I hit this tree? There we go, good grief. I think the only thing you need besides, like, all the supplies you'd have normally is the captain's hat and the hook shot to do ocean. Which I guess we'll just warp there, it's probably gonna be faster. But yeah, time gets away when you're, especially when you're playing a game you're really enjoying, like Majora's Mask, time just completely gets away from you. I know it does for me. I think it also helps that I'm playing like an adventure-style game, because recently I've not done that very much. Like, we had Star Fox Adventures, but I wasn't the one playing, I was watching somebody play. And it's somebody who hasn't played before, so they don't 100% know what they're looking for. I've played it plenty of times, so I know where to go and what to look for. And so it's been like just long enough to where I haven't played an adventure game that I had the itch to play one. So really, it came up at exactly the right time. That was why I chose to stream it tonight. Just like, why play Majora's Mask? I'm like, why not play Majora's Mask? I really like it. It's a great game. It's really good, so I'm gonna play it. And that was why I chose it. Real hard-hitting answer there. If it wasn't for the fact that I'd probably keep people up way longer than they're supposed to be, I'd almost be tempted to just play the game in one sitting. Which, while hilarious, would probably be a bit more than most people are bargaining for tonight. Oh, I didn't realize I was still wearing that. You have to get rid of that one, but I'm going to anyway. I'm so used to trying to cancel that with B from Ocarina of Time, where there's 100 of those nasty little suckers. Never again will I go hunting for those 100 tokens. You think that reward's bad? Just imagine what you get when you complete all the freaking Korok seeds. Get a literal piece of poop as your reward. Which, while funny now, was not funny at the time. Alright, that takes care of all that junk. Let's stick to the top half of this area and just knock out all the stuff like this while I'm here. We'll just travel as necessary. Oh, I guess you can look at the top of the pots and tell which one has the socials in it, which one doesn't. I don't think there's one on either of these, yeah. There is one, however, right here. And yeah, I know there's one in the rafters as well. I just saw him. gonna say I don't think I got him there, but nope, looks like I did. And I think there's one, like, actually in the... Okay, maybe I'm fooling it. Maybe there's not one there. They're up in these linings all the time in this game, so that's why I thought he was there, but maybe he's not. They could just be downstairs. So we'll come back there and get them later. I don't think there's any in these. Nope. I know there's one here, though. Hello, Mr. Skulltula. Good hiding place, but not good enough. Sorry. He was in the way. If you are going for the pieces of heart, though, don't kill the skull knights, skull ketas, whatever they're called. Don't kill them in this room. Put on the captain's hat and talk to them, because they'll give you advice on things saying like, it seems that blue should be shot third, or it seems that green should be shot first. And they'll give you patterns 1 through 6. And once you get all those numbers, you can figure out which ones to hit in order to get to a piece of heart inside of this area. But since I'm not going for pieces of heart, that doesn't really apply to me. I'm pretty sure this has nothing behind it. Yep. Alright, I know there's 2 that are... yeah, behind a bookshelf. Hello, friends. Which leaves probably the one left in the rafters, if I had to guess. Hello, friend. Ooh, he's gonna be a tough one to hit. I wonder if I can get him with a fire arrow. There we go. Token's a little bit easier of a target to hit because it's a little bit less tall. Alright, I think that's all for the top floor. Either of these pots actually have anything in them this time. But usually if you can destroy the cobweb, it's a good idea too. I know there's one. Oh, hey. Bow, that's their name. B-O-E-S. Black bows and white bows. I couldn't remember the name of them earlier. I know there's one in there. Oh, there's not. Oh, it's gonna be that one then. It'll be this pot. Yeah, there he is. I was supposed to say, I'm pretty sure there's one on top of a stack of crates. It's kind of hard to hit because he's up there. This one? Yeah. Aiming's off on that. Come here, you. Yoink. You know what? I'm gonna be a jerk. Yo, Skulltula. Never thought about doing it that way before, but that was actually pretty effective. Alright, I'm not hearing any more noises, so let's go ahead and get the last of these rooms done. Sorry, boys. You're gonna have to get out of the way. I think there's a couple in pots. Some are behind the paintings and some are in the chandelier. I think the one on the right on this side is one? No. And I'm pretty sure, again, there's one in the rafters. Maybe I was wrong about the pots, but I know there's one behind one of these paintings. And I'm pretty sure it's the one on the right, whenever you're facing two sets. It's gotta be this one. Yeah, there he is. Come here, you. 3 more come plonking down, just like they did in the other one with the tree. Alright, where's the one in the rafters? There he is. I was really hoping I could get a jump slice there. Fronner! Nope. There is one more in here. Is there one in a pot? And I just didn't hit it? Aha, there was one in a pot. I wasn't mistaken after all. Okay, now they're all gone. 5 left. And only 2 rooms to check. Excuse me, 1 room to check. Alright, I guess they're all in here. Which makes sense, because I can think of where at least 3 of them are right off the bat. Alright, that doesn't work here. But the arrows do. Unlike an Ocarina of Time, I don't know why they shifted that. Where the hook shot used to be able to destroy him, but the arrows couldn't, and now the opposite works. One. Oh, good. Stop that infernal beeping noise. That's 28. 29 is behind this little sarcophagus coffin thing. And probably the hardest one to find, but even then it's not too bad, outside of maybe some of the ones in the rafters. Which corner is it you have to stand in? I think it's over here. This is a trick that they pull on you later in the game in Great Bay Temple, if you're going for all the fairies. Yep, there it is. You have to do something kind of similar where you build bridges with, or you build platforms with ice arrows. And you have to hook shot to a spot that'll take you up there where there's a chest and a fairy. I remember that one quite well, because it's probably one of the harder ones to get, in terms of just figuring out where it is. Because eventually, you know, the fairy mask will point you in the right spot, and you're just like, where is this thing, and what am I supposed to do? Well, with time slowed, that took about half a day in game. Not too bad. Hi. Sure, you can have it. It's clear of spiders, so that's good. You won't be needing it much longer. Well, geez, might have a depressing outlook on how things are going to turn out. I mean, without my help, he's not wrong, but still. That junk over there is just where you go to turn in the fairies for Area 3. There we go. I don't know why I was tapping B along with R. I thought for some reason you had to do both, but no. Just R works to pop up the shield. Not quite as cool as Zora's Domain, but I still like Zora's Fountain a lot, or Zora Hall a lot. I think it's also partially the music. The music might make me biased, because I love the music for this. Reminds me of an old arcade series I used to play called Freddy Fish. I feel like this music would fit perfectly for it. Which makes sense, since it was a game about a fish in the ocean underwater. And really, the only reason I came out here was for this. I could put that fairy in a bottle, but I think we are going to end things off for the night. I think I'll probably, next time I do this, I'll probably just finish up the game. But I think now is a good point to exit, since I've been streaming for, at this point, probably closer to 6 hours and 30 or 6 hours and 40 minutes, give or take. So I'll work back, save my money, save my game, and then we'll find a raid target, because I'm sure somebody's probably streaming at this point anyway. It's a Friday night, which is why I'm okay with going for a little bit longer than I normally do. Usually I only stream for about like 3 hours or so. Particularly on Sunday nights with Icarus Plays, because I've been trying to get her to show up earlier because I have an 8 o'clock class Monday morning, so... like, I can't be up till midnight or 1 or 2. I'm one of those people that very much needs their sleep. I do not function well if I don't get enough sleep. I'll just become more and more quiet, and to the point where I'll just say nothing unless I need to. Oops. 1271. Without even trying, really. Oh, hey, there's the postman in the background. How's it going, dude? Well, I'm glad the restream thing worked out to where I could read chat instead of having to use my iPad. That's actually really helpful. And I'm glad it does work, too. I'll be sure to actually check out the video whenever I put it up on the archive page. Which, if you've not seen before, you can check all the links below for all of the things like my social media pages, figuring out what my schedule is, and all that good stuff. But the archive page is on there as well, and as I said, it is fully updated. For now, though, let's switch over to intermission. Close that out. There we go. And let's find ourselves a raid target. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good on this end. Nice. Keep that in mind. Oh, hey, Luke's streaming. Alright, cool. Well, we're raiding Youngtown. Sweet. That's easy enough. And Smash Bros. Crossing. Thank you for the follow. That looked really weird with that font. I didn't realize that was you for a split second. Thank you very much for the follow. I'm glad that you enjoyed Majora's Mask. Again, I'm a big fan of it as well. In the meantime, I will send you guys all to Youngtown. He's he's very much somebody I enjoy watching. He's a super chill guy. Looks like he's playing Apex with Space Hamster. But show him some love. He's a very nice guy. Does some really good music stuff. If you're into like old school hip hop, he does some pretty good stuff over on YouTube. For now, though, I will leave you guys be. Probably head to bed relatively soon, and I will see you guys tomorrow for Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn coin flip run. More info on that if you are gonna stick around for tomorrow to see what it is like.